Fishing stream.
Fishing stream.
Fish.
Fish.
Where are the fish? Please show them to me.
Fish.
Does this mean I have 14 BBs? I hope I get caught. To fish.
Fish.
That's more than 9 or 8. Holly Jones love lumberjacks, Manila love fishing. Aber Holly Jones sit.
I don't think I'm allowed to play ABBA music on stream.
15 months, 15 fish.
Fish.
Awesome. Wahoo. $11 an awfully long time. Let's fishing.
Fishing. Fishing.
Holly stream. I can't wait to watch Holly talk about fish while she fishes.
Fish.
This is my favorite stream smile.
Fishing.
19. Like the octopus. Sleep for 17 hours and wake up to fishing eggs.
Fishing.
Yeah.
Fish.
Polygon zooey fish.
Fish.
Polygon zooey, this is like a fish.
Fish.
Oh, dear.
Hang on a sec, this is taking longer than I thought it would.
Fishy, 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 ooh, ooh.
Fish.
I'll take that. Thank you. Somebody plant a flag.
Let's go fishing. Cetus is a place on Earth, which means it's heaven, because of that one song. And you can go fishing there. Here's the meat.
Traveler, this morning by her grace, the temple offered up herself a particularly rich find of cellular proto-essence just below the stratum germinativum.
That's awesome, dude. Even the birds get to enjoy.
Be well. Be well.
Ah, you're still alive! I'm so happy. come again.
Now we can go fishing.
Well met.
You bring them in the evening and expel them by morning.
This man can get lunch whenever he wants.
Listen.
Even if it's early. Or late. Sometimes it takes a bit for doors to open. That's normal. Now, the first thing anyone knows about fishing, of course, is you have to ride your hoverboard. Thank you, Dev, for the raid. I hope you had yourself a wonderful stream. Thank you, Maverick Drifter, for that 4-month resub.
That's Sonic D.
I don't remember if there are fish here. I think they're just over here. Oh, there's a huge guy here. Hang on. I'm leaving, actually. I'm gonna fly away from this huge guy. I just want to fish. People are gonna try and shoot me with guns and all kinds of stuff, but I just want to look for fish. It's really fucked up when a guy appear. I don't think my die worked. It's supposed to make the fish glow.
Thank you for making so many people happy, Miss Tones. Here is money.
Well, that's very kind of you to say. Thank you. And thank you for the tip. There we go. Fish! Thanks for tuning in today, everyone. I didn't do a normal intro because I thought it would be funny if I just cut immediately to fish. This is largely just like a stress test to see if I can actually stream Warframe without like my computer wanting to die. It gets a little bit chuggy sometimes, it looks like, but overall seems okay. I can just turn down some of the settings. Thank you, Frostios.
Oh wow, big fish.
Fish. Thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Hope you're all doing well today. We're Sunday, right? I've completely lost track of time. I took the week off and now I don't know what time it is anymore. You can't go in the water or you drown. It's bad. I think we're Sunday. What? January 16th?
Water.
Thank you, Sand, for the sand. To all of y'all who stuck around for when I was hosting Games Done Quick over the past week. Hope you liked that. Thanks for tuning in for that. If, you weren't around for that, I hope you had yourself a good week all the same. The fish lights don't seem to be working, Log. They might be bugged at the moment. Hang on, I have to allow a message. Oh, someone else got it. That Automod said was stop for misogyny, even though it was because someone was saying all women should get a jetpack. Which I guess is misogynist to say now. I'm sorry. That's good to know. I'll never say that again. But yeah, if you weren't around for GDQ, you probably don't have the context for why there's a second bros emote or a punch command. Thank you, Nox, for the 20-month resub.
All fish should get a jetpack.
They should, though. They really should. Thank you for that resub. I appreciate that. If you notice at the top of the stream, I have, like, an actual, like, donation goal for, like, the first time in a while. My, like, mouse is, currently dying. I'm surprised it hasn't done it yet on stream, but, holding down either left or right mouse button now only kind of sometimes works. So, I need to get myself another decent one. It's not dire or nothing, so don't feel like we gotta do it today or whatever. I'll probably just keep it up for a bit until the goal actually gets met. Thank you, Astronomical.
Fishing smile.
Fishing! Thank you very much, I appreciate that. I kind of wanted something today to stream, to just, you know, hang out and talk. Something that isn't, you know, super high stress or high commitment or nothing. I just hammered that guy so hard he fell down. So I thought fishing could be fun. Have I tried fishing on Deimos? I have. We will be going there later. But I thought I'd start off with, you know, beginner fish. Your standard fish before we get to, you know, fish, 201 or 301 or what have you. You gotta start with the fishing basics. Thank you, Hino of the Dawn, for the
I
tip.
love the funny Holly. Love when she plays the games.
There's no fishing
One
here.
day she will see Potato Land with her dear friend Pepper. But today, she is fishing. Fishing.
I truly don't believe it exists. I refuse to believe it exists. I need to find another place to fish.
Hey everyone, new to this game. Can someone please explain what a fish is?
Thank you, Shanghai Omai, for that resub. I appreciate that. So let's talk about fishing. Fishing is what happens when a lot of rude guys are trying to shoot at you and you're just trying to enjoy a nice day at the beach. So you have to do your best to not get that. Let's try
Hold a
this.
little mouse in your hand, he will tell you so many secrets.
Now the dye is working. Now I can see my Goopola perfectly. Thank you, Steve Citrus, for the tip, and thank you, It's Pea Pants.
Buy a gaming mouse with so many buttons so you can have a dedicated brother's button.
That's the plan. not quite, but that's the plan. And thank you, the Orange Witch, for that $20.
Real mice.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Where did Holly stream GDQ? I didn't stream it. I hosted it on my Twitch channel. That's a thing you can do. I announced it in the Discord. If you want updates about stuff like that, you gotta join the Discord.
Mouse money plus fish fact. Most fish don't have eyelids.
Oh yeah, that is true, isn't it? I've never spent a lot of time thinking about the biology of fish, I'll admit, so... I hadn't really considered that, but you know, I suppose that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Thank you for the tip. So fishing is when you go to the beach and see a lot of skeletons, and then you want to get the guys out of the water so they can see the skeletons too. What is my favorite video game fishing moment? That's hard to judge. There's a lot of good ones.
Hello, Holly.
Hi.
Thanks for hosting GDQ over the weekend. It was very nice to watch it and chill with the stream chat crew.
Yeah. I always really look forward to, oh, here's a big one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think when I see a big one, too. It's always a lot of fun to host the GDQs and, probably other... I want to do, like, other similar events at some point, but GDQ is the big one that comes to mind. I don't know, it's fun to have, like, a nice little place for folks to, you know, hang out in a more relaxed way to watch and talk about an event. I'm not really sure what other events I could really do that for. I also just like taking time off to watch a GDQ every year. It is a fun habit of mine. I like that I get to share it with folks. Saw someone ask favorite fishing... Oh. Well, that's a boot. That's a boot. You can get boots. Bro, are you kidding me? Look at this! Just shoved me into the water! This rude fucking guy! Hang on. I am going to teach you a fucking lesson. Sometimes a huge guy will appear and just make it miserable for you trying to fish. I literally am just trying to fish here, bro. Get your thumping ass out of here. I'm about to teach you a lesson you will always forget. You just hold that shitty leg right there. Are you dead now? You're dead now. So the character, I suppose, the frame that I'm playing as right now is Gara. Maybe Gara? I'm never sure how you pronounce that. She's made of glass, and she has glass powers, and I have a shotgun that just shoots, like, slugs of explosive molten glass at people. And I also have a cat. This is my cat. The cat likes to make sounds, and it's very cute. Is Warframe open world now? Kind of? Kind of. It's like, it has some open world-ish areas, but it's not like, you know, that's all there is to the game. It's part of it. They got a couple open world areas now. It's neat. You can fish in them. So we're gonna go fishing today. Okay, I should probably change my fishing rod then. Or my spear, rather. There we go. This is a fish that eats other fish. When you live in the water with fish, your main source of food is probably going to be fish. It makes sense if you think about it. But if you don't think about it, then it doesn't make sense. Can we catch a Norg? I don't know how to catch a Norg. Oh, hey, Serpy. If you want, I can't do it right now because I'm in, I should have said it so that friends could join. Hang on. I can, like, leave the area and come back, and then you can join if you want to. Hang on a sec. Serpy fishes too. That's true. Literally the other day, I realized that Serpy plays this game, and I was like, oh shit, let's go fishing.
Is this a dynamite fishing?
Thank you, X215 Zimmer, for the 18 months. Not quite dynamite fishing, but there's something in one of the areas that, might be something along that lines that you might enjoy. We'll see. You cannot go noodling. If you go in the water, you drown. Good catch today. But, sometimes during the summer they do an event where it's like you have water guns and you have to squirt people instead of actually fighting them, which is very funny. Yeah, Warframe is less of like a proper MMO. Fashion-based Muso is a very apt way of putting it. It's like a horde shooter action game with some multiplayer elements to it. I will put it on friends only. I don't know how many friends I've got online right now. It's massive in the sense that a lot of people can play the game at once, but like in individual missions and stuff, it's all like, you know, 4-player hosted stuff, basically. But, you know, there could be lots of concurrent players, so you can get queued up with random people. This guy's name is Bloodhose. Shouts out to all the Bloodhose out there. This person is playing Excalibur. Excalibur has a big sword and can make people go blind. And it's neat. There's a lot of different frames with a lot of different powers in this. We can talk about that later. Right now I want to talk about fish.
Peppa Pig's Mouse Fund. Oh yeah.
Thank you for the tip. Appreciate that. I don't think there's a Peppa Pig mouse. But, I can invite you whenever. Alright, I'll invite you right now. Invite. I saw someone else in chat ask about joining. I think it was Mist Heart. I trust you. I can invite you if you're online. Let me know if you want to join for that.
A bad day fishing's better than a good day working. Swazdula, friend.
I love Fisher High Luke. She's great. Thank you, Zero Misu, for that 14 months.
14. This is the number of fish I will eat today for big dinner.
If you have any fish to spare, I will see they reach the tables of our poor.
Thank you, Disco Cheats, for the 10-month resub.
I know nothing about this game, but I like your sword axe thing. It's neat.
Oh, thank you. I do really like the way it's a hammer technically, which is kind of wild because it does look kind of like an axe. But I like it too. I can talk a little bit about like this game and what it is because I like it a lot. I figured at first I would just talk about whatever though because we're just kind of hanging out right now.
This one will feed the whole family and the cousins too.
So yeah, you can give fish to the people that live here and you get points for it.
These will feed many. Thank you, Tenno.
You can also cut open the fish to get like crafting materials and stuff. Do I often spend money on this game? Not super often, but like I like the game. I like the people that work on it. I've spent like 800 hours in this video game. I'm not opposed to spending a little bit every now and then, you know? Help keep the servers alive for whatever my little bit counts for. Right, I wanted to buy more dye. Also, like, I only ever use you get, like, platinum, which is the premium currency if you spend money on the game. I basically only ever use that for, like, cosmetic stuff. I like, interacting with the game systems without using that if I can help it. But every now and then I'll spend, like, a bit of platinum on, like, another slot for another Warframe or something like that.
A fine selection. Be well.
Cool.
Feed yourself and the ones
Every now and then I just see my little cat here, and I smile. They give out coupons for plat a lot. Yeah, they do that quite a bit for the login rewards, which I'm a little bit sad about, because I feel like every time it happens, I'm always just like, well, I don't want to buy anything in the game right now. I would have preferred my login reward to be like a, like an item, but it is what it is. I also like walking around in these open worlds because you can just look at like other people's frames and their fashion and stuff. That's always fun. This person right here is a person. Like just a human. Eventually, when you get later on in the game, you get the ability to summon a little wizard. Don't worry about how and why, because, all of that is a spoiler, but, you get wizard mode eventually. Little guy you can have appear. It's fun. Thoughts on Revenant? I haven't played him. He looks cool. Been meaning to play Warframe, you never freaking do? I think it's a lot of fun. Your in-game name is just Mist Heart 101, right? Right, Mist? Can you dress the wizard? Yes, you can. There's also wizard fashion. I believe that was just your in-game name. Yes, okay, I'll send you an invite. See, Log is also in menus. If you want to join too, Log, I can invite you. We can just go fishing. Alright. We have a full party for fishing. Would get back into Warframe if Rhino Prime didn't cost $60 to 6 months of your time. It's funny you say that, because over the past couple weeks, they've been like doing something to make that like better. Like they like been cycling in like a lot of Prime frames at once instead of just like 1 or 2. And so Rhino Prime is available like all of the past week and also this coming week. Specifically. Which is, you know, it's better than it was, I suppose. This is Serpes. I think that's Wukong, the Monkey King. And this is Mist Hearts, who I believe is Harrow, right? Yeah, it's a Harrow. And Log is playing as Grendel. There we go. Grendel is a huge guy who loves to eat. And I'm a big fan of this neon mustard wizard skin. Awesome. We can go fishing. Do I have a necromech? I do not. That's the main reason why I haven't done the latest big story quest that they added to the game, is because you need a necromech to do it, and I haven't unlocked it yet. You also need a railjack, which is a space boat. I did get that recently. So I can have that for it. I don't remember where all of the fishing spots are. I think you can fish in this lake? I think. So let's go fishing. The hell was that? Was that a... Thank you, Snape Snop, for that sub. This is a Dracula cat.
Female. Ostia Vasca. I am researching a means to inoculate wild kivats against the virus, but with little success.
This cat got turned into a Dracula.
Thank you for this. Female. The local wildlife will appreciate this unnatural predator being taken out of circulation. I will administer a Vasca curative as soon as they arrive.
So along with, you know, fishing, there is wildlife conservation, where you can find like different animal species and, you know, tranquilize them so that people can take care of them if they're sick and send them off to like a less dangerous place to live. And you track them down, you shoot them with a tranquilizer dart, and then the Fulton recovery system blasts them off away. These are fireworks. I don't know how the fireworks are happening. I've never seen that before. Oh, there's another thing over here.
In its prime, this one. Male.
It's so small.
Another Kuaka. You are aware the female of this species becomes fertile immediately after giving birth, yes?
That's scary.
Eyes clear, strong vital signs, easy movement. Excellent. I'll take it from here. Male. Properly skinned and sewn, a Kuaka can make for a useful improvised weapon.
Here's a long guy.
Yeah.
Here's a long us. Thank you, Zadamas, for that 6-month resub. Appreciate that. We got eels. Game's got eels in it, which is good news or bad, if you love or hate eels. That might have been the one fish in this lake. That might have been the one thing in here right now. Oh shit, do you have Norg bait, Mist? That means I might be able to get a Norg. I've never gotten one before. I don't know if bait is, like, client-side or if it works for everyone else in the party. So maybe it's just Mist getting, a Norg. Let's see. I don't even know where they spawn, really. Might be here.
Are you a kind of guy or a kind of man?
Both. Thank you for the tip, I appreciate it. I just realized we hit the fucking the tip goal. So thank you for that. I do appreciate that a lot. There's also a lot of guys shooting at us here, and I think also a ghost is about to start haunting us. Because that's what happens here at night, is ghosts come out. Bait works for the whole squad. Okay, awesome. We can all get a Norg. Possibly. There we go. Eels. Oh shit. Oh shit. I see you, you big brain son of a bitch. Norg. This fish inhabits the shallows and feeds of crabs and other small crustaceans. When threatened, it forces air into its brain to give it the impression of being much bigger than it normally is. We have located the big brain hero. Oh right, if you stand in the water, you get magnets on you, and that's bad. Eels are having a lot of fun. Thank you, Dog Yelp, for the 7 months.
Wow. Horses air into my brain.
That's awesome. Good for you, or bad. I'm not sure. But thank you very much for the resub. So, now that GDQ's over, thank you first of all, so with Yellow, the 7-month resub. Fuck.
Geology lesson. Thermal fractures are what you get when you pump too much coolant into the ground.
No, no, no. No, we haven't gotten there yet. You can save that for when we visit the Orb Palace, which we will be later. But thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Am I a speedrunner? If you want to be technical about it, yes. Do I speedrun very frequently? No. Would I call myself a speedrunner? Yeah. No. Have I done speedruns before? Yes. Will I in the future? Also yes. Anyways, now that GDQ's over, and my vacation, as it were, is done, I'm gonna be going back to, streaming again. I don't know exactly how many I'll be doing this week. I still gotta finalize the exact schedule.
Holly, my wife said if I go fishing again, she'll leave me. I'll miss her.
Sorry to hear that, boss, but good luck out there. Thanks for the tip, I appreciate it. And so I'm just figuring out, when and what I'm gonna stream this week. Damn, someone's eating over there. I do want to go back to Hypnospace Outlaw this week. I would also like to go back to... don't have a Norg Spear. Oh no! Also want to go back to Doom 3 and Moonglow Bay. Thank you, Freeman's Mind, episode 27, for that 6-month resub. I've gotten exactly 1 boot. Just the one. I've been very lucky so far. I don't get boots all that often, I find. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking of getting back to this week. I also got to look over what other things I was streaming before I took my sort of... I've been taken to calling it sick leave, because I suppose that's kind of what it was, and that's probably the healthier way to think about it than, oh no, I wasn't being productive enough in making content or whatever. Because I stopped because I was fucking depressed. And I feel better now. So I feel up to, doing streaming again. So I want to go back to the stuff I was doing.
Shout out to my good friend Ticker. May your stardust ever sparkle.
Oh, I fucking love Ticker. Ticker is great. Thank you for that tip. I missed who that was from. But I appreciate it. So, I want to go back to, some of the stuff that I left off, last time. I think it was mainly just those 3. That's a huge fucking Norg. You are coming with me. Look at you. You are too big to fit on camera. The certified big one. Donation message said a gay Namazu. Okay, that's a great fucking username. Thank you very much, then. That is a hell of a Norg, that is. Other things I want to do, every now and then I want to do some more Cloud Gardens, because that was a lot of fun when I did that the other day. Picross and stuff. If I can get, that's a medium one. Damn, I thought it'd be another big one. If I can, make sure the game runs okay in, actual missions, I think it might be fun every now and then to do, a Warframe community night sort of streams where, I get folks, watch the streams to join the squad and we do stuff together. I think that might be fun. Have I played a 3D Picross? I have not. Not what you expected to come into upon seeing fishing stream? Why not? We're fishing. We're fishing out here. I also really, really want to start Dark Souls 2 soon. I've been wanting to do that for way too long now. I just beefed that completely. That fish is going. You hear that? That's a ghost. That's a ghost. Ghosts don't know how to fish. I've also never really done much of the Eidolon hunting stuff in this game, so I keep getting... There's a Dracula outside. Uh-oh! Those Feratu? That's not good. I keep meaning to learn how to do the Eidolon hunts, but I'm also afraid of queuing up with random gamers who are just like, hey, we're doing a hunt now, and then if you don't know exactly what to do because you've never done it before, they're like, well, what the fuck? And they call you a bunch of slurs, and it's like, I don't want to deal with that. I want to play a video game. So I just haven't really engaged with it as of yet. So I thought maybe that would be fun to get people together some night to actually do that, because there's a bunch of really good rewards you can get for it, and they're also not super intuitive compared to how the rest of the game really plays out, I suppose. got some bad pubs over there. I feel like the Warframe community, for the most part, is pretty good about stuff like that. But something about Eidolon hunts specifically is when people become, like, sweaty power gamers because they want to, like, optimize how many they can do in one night cycle and do, like, I don't know, 20 or 30 of them, and if you're not completely optimal, then then they yell at you or whatever. That's happened at least once, and so I was just kind of like, no thanks. Like MVM and TF2. I've never played MVM with random people, so I have never experienced that, thankfully. That's also probably why I haven't ever tried doing it with randoms. The night cycles makes people press for time, so they try to super optimize. Yeah! I kind of get it, and I kind of don't. It's like, you know, if you only have, like, a 1 hour of real-time window to try and squeeze in as much as you can, I get the want to try and, like, you know, optimize that. But on the other hand, like, it's just a video game. You get good rewards out of it, but it's not, like, anything that's, like, you need to do to, like, experience the game, necessarily. It's just, like, the stuff you get opens up, like, a lot more build craft stuff, basically, which is neat. But, like, it doesn't feel like it's necessarily vital. It's the same thing where I see a lot of people that are like, oh, a new piece of content is out in a video game. It's time to rush doing it in, like, 1 or 2 days so that I have fucking everything in it. And then, like, after that, they're like, oh, well, now there's a content drought in this video game, and I have nothing to do. And it's just kind of like, well, yeah, but you've played this game for 2,000 hours. Can say Destiny 2? I mean, yeah, but it's not just Destiny 2. It's a lot of video games where people act like that. It's weird. Amp building Luke is kind of bad. Yeah, it's one of those things in this game that I really wish would get some kind of touch up at some point. Because it is a little bit weird, especially because you do kind of need an amp to do, like, some of the story stuff. Amps, for the record, for people what don't know, a lot of Warframe stuff. When you have your wizard, you can shoot blasts. To shoot blasts, you have to build amps, which are your wizard weapons. You can kind of see the one, like, on my right hand here. And you can build lots of different amps that do a lot of different things. And basically the way you go about, like, getting the points to do that is, you do Eidolon hunts. And it's like, it's... The amps are used for, like, a couple different mechanics in the game, and also you need them for, like, one story quest, 1 or 2. And also they let you ride a mech, which is pretty cool. But yeah, the amp stuff specifically is kind of... I wish the systems around, like, putting them together were a little less weird, I suppose. I also really want to make a mech. That's what I've been working on in my, my sort of free gamer time. Can't roll ball because there are no enemies to eat. Let's go show off Grendel's awesome ball, then. Let's go find some dudes to beat up. Also, might hop in a call, so that, like, Log can hop in or something. Hang on, I'll just get on a Discord. There we go. Oh right, I can fly. I don't need my hoverboard. Where's an enemy that we can find?
Word up.
Howdy.
Time to lunch.
It's time to eat a lot of food alert.
Oh, this is weird, alright.
I want to see that meatball. I want to see that meatball.
Alright, one enemy. eaten.
Those devices draw energy from bone ballists. Make use of them.
Right. It is a little bit chugging in a combat scenario, so I'm probably gonna have to crank the graphics down at some point. I have
Oh wow, I
track of
lost
where-
complete control.
Yeah, I was like, wait, where did you go?
I didn't know that it was so physics adjacent.
Yeah.
I don't even have to touch it.
Down you go. That's great. Grendel's abilities, he can become a meatball. And when he does, he goes like, and just leaves. Grendel looks cool. I want to try him out.
So, I didn't play this game for a long time, and I came back and I had Grendel. And then I looked up how you make Grendel, and I don't remember doing it. And I feel like it's not something that I would do, because it seemed like a lot of work.
Oh,
so.
you're right. It's a pain in the fucking ass. I think the only reason why I did it is because Erarg, our friend Erarg, was like, oh yeah, I got the parts if you want to, like, bum off my missions and get them with me. And I was like, you know, I do. to get, like,
Yeah,
Grendel...
maybe I just did that.
That's probably what happened. Specifically to get Grendel, you have to, like, do 3 missions where it's like you can't equip any mods on your Warframe or your weapons, and mods are the in-game system, which is, you know, how you give yourself better abilities. So it's basically just you have to have Bobo powers and Bobo weapon, which means there's maybe 2 or 3 frames that still work well in that scenario.
Oh yeah, I do remember now.
It's basically just...
I did just let Aurora do all the work.
Yeah, it kind of is just like, oh, hope someone in your party has, like, Whisper Protea or something.
Yeah, I have Sonicore, and that's my contribution to that. So this game died whenever they killed Sonicore.
Dang.
The way that the old statuses used to work, because they changed at some point. But the way it was that, like, impact staggered on status effect. Well, or just, like, in general, and blast would, like, ragdoll things.
Right.
And if both happened at the same time, they would, like, amplify each other. So, Sonicore had blast by default. You could just get, well, it had impact by default. You could just put stuff on it to give it blast. And every time you shot something, it would disappear from the game.
Oh, God.
There was a lot of content that I cleared by just on Eidolon and stuff by stalling. I would just run up to high-level enemies, shoot them in the foot with the Sonicore, and they'd be in the sky for the entire duration of, like, a defense or whatever.
Oh, that's really fucking funny. I didn't know you were able to do that.
They wouldn't come back. And then they nerfed it. And I don't know what to use Sonicore for anymore.
Uh-huh. The Sonicore, I think, is just kind of like... Nowadays, it's mostly just, like, mastery rank fodder from the sounds of it, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, it's so bad. It's such a shame because my strategy whenever I, like, finally got all the stuff necessary unlocked is I go in, I use my Zhug, because Zhug is my favorite. I have Sonicore as the backup weapon because it disabled every strong enemy in the game.
Right.
And then I can just take whatever else I want, and it's great. But, you know, now I have to, like, do some stuff, which, you know, none of that, thank you.
The game has changed in a lot of ways over the years, and I'd say largely for the better, but there is still some old stuff that's, like, kind of fallen to the wayside. See, this is why I need a new mouse. I'm trying to hold down right-click to focus the laser and then left-click to shoot it. And because the buttons are, like extremely worn down and, like, not working so great now, when I try to hold it down, sometimes it just decides, no, you stop clicking. And
You've got
then...
mouse ghosting.
I do. It sucks. Thankfully I'll be able to order one after stream, which is, you know, gonna take us some time to arrive, but...
Try testing it out by typing in, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog with your on-screen keyboard.
It would probably be a lot of Q's and U's. Where is... Giscringus Pingus. That's 17 months.
Hi, I'm at work.
I gotta say though, they did do one thing right with all these balance changes, is that Saren is still the best character in the game.
Saren is still extremely, extremely strong, yeah. I started, like, leveling her up the other day, and I was just kind of like, oh, okay, I see now why everyone really likes her.
Yeah, the only thing I, like, legitimately tried in doing the, what do you even call them? The corporations, the companions, the syndicates, is just getting the regenerative molt for Saren. And that's the only Warframe augment that I ever got, and it's all I need.
The augments are neat, because sometimes it's like, oh, here's an ability that's like a little bit bobo, but we're giving it utility to make it a lot better. And then sometimes it's like, oh, here's just an ability that makes you, like, extremely busted now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too synergistic.
Like for Gara, she has this button, her 3, where she makes like a bunch of mirrors that rotate around. And what it's supposed to do is that like people will be like, oh shit, a mirror, I see myself in it and I hate it, and attack it like they're like a cat. And then it's supposed to like reflect damage back at them. It doesn't really do much in the way of like damage as you like scale upwards, so it kind of falls off in that regard. But there's an augment you can get where anytime someone is like under the effect of it, and they die to anything, they just have a really, really high chance to drop energy. So you can just, like, throw one of these down, and suddenly it's like, oh, okay, a bunch of delicious orbs for my team.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm glad it exists, because I like the idea of this skill, and I wanted a reason to hit this button.
Don't mind if I do.
Sphinx of black quartz, judge my vow. Oh yeah.
Thank you, Rosa Rossa, for the bits. I appreciate that.
This would be a pretty good cliff for a stunt.
Alright, let's see it. Let's show them. Oh wait, no, that's right. You gotta eat dudes for,
Yeah, let's see. Are there any dudes over here?
There's some guns getting shot at us.
I see somebody. Oh no.
There goes my hero of feasting.
My droid is shooting glaives and killing
no.
them before I can eat. But I got one. I snagged one.
Nice.
Yeah, I always have Helios. And Helios is really good. Almost too good.
Helios is good just because auto scans are nice. And also the glaive like applies good status.
Alright, 3, 2, 1 is the longest yard.
God, I wish my scope button was working right so I could have scoped in for all of that. Like, I'm literally just holding down the button right now and you can see what it's fucking doing.
Alright, well I hit the water with roll ball. That took all my energy, and I think it emptied my stomach.
World's wettest fucking meatball. You got so soggy yucky that you just threw it all up in there. Mech can crouch, by the way. Oh my god, it turns into a little guy when you crouch with it.
Yeah, Helios is just too good at doing its job, so I'll be like trying to just do something with enemies and it will kill it in one hit, and then use all of my scanners to analyze it.
That is unfortunate.
But we should the little like robot companions are funny because like when you get to like higher level stuff, their weapons like are like super piddly, and with like 1 or 2 exceptions, but like generally they're kind of piddly and don't do a lot. But then, like, you get below a certain threshold, and it's just like, oh, okay. I walk up to these enemies, and my little companion has decided to go murder mode.
I'm sorry, little friend.
Damn, what keeps killing the wildlife?
Could be anything.
These poor animals are getting attacked by something. But they don't tell me what. Oh, yeah, Gara's, like, really strong because, like, you can kind of gear her up to do, like, basically anything. Like, hang on. you've got her 2, which makes fucking glass orbit you, or your teammates. You can put it on teammates. There's an augment you can get that also makes it like heal people over time, so that's really good. If you have a very small amount of like power strength, you get 90% damage reduction on that ability, so you just kind of don't die very easily. Her 4 puts down a big glass wall, so you can use that to defend a big area, or like an objective, or like have some teammates stand in it, because you can shoot out of the wall at stuff. But enemies can't shoot in at you. And then you can use her 1 to blow up the wall, and it's a giant fucking radial explosion. So, like, you could do very good damage, you can make yourself and your teammates very hard to die, you can technically, like, stack up infinite damage, because when you blow up her 4, when you're standing outside of it, that damage is applied to, like, your little glass rotating around you. And so that can stack up as, like, a damage aura that can stack infinitely if you have enough energy and keep refreshing it. And so she's very cool, and she's very pretty, and she's my friend. And I like her.
They like changed how these mining nodes work, didn't they?
They did. I never got to experience what they originally were, because I think my first time like fucking with any of the open world stuff was when like Fortuna was added, and that's when they changed mining.
Yeah, I used to have to like play a Mario Party game.
Wild.
You had to trace the outline of Toad.
You have to eat the pizza fast enough so that you can win all the stars and get the copper.
Honestly, I feel like I got more rewards out of drawing Toad.
Wild.
I'm not sure. Maybe they made the drops less to balance out the fact that it's a bit easier.
They did it specifically to spite
know.
Toad. Ah, come on. Maybe I just can't do mining while my mouse is like this, which is kind of sad. Damn, I would have liked to get more of that stuff. Thank you, Burstax, for the 21-month resub.
I'm manifesting a fish. Glue up. Glue up.
Oh yeah, fishing, huh?
Oh yeah, have you done what do you call them? Derelict. What I don't remember what you call them. The derelict mods, the vault mods.
Oh yeah, I've gotten like a couple of those, but I haven't gotten all of them yet. I think I've gotten most though.
Yeah, I was collecting a couple of them the last time I was playing.
Mm-hmm.
It just takes such a long time to find the vault whenever you're doing it by yourself.
Yeah. I remember, I think I might have been doing it with, like, you and Erarg and someone else, for a bit, where we would just get, like, 4 people in a group and each one would have 1 key. So that we could, like, get lucky and just be like, okay, well, we have the thing we need now.
Yeah, I was having a hell of a time. I was just running by myself with 3 keys on or something.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have Titania, you can ignore most of the negative effects.
Wild.
I can't remember if it was either Titania or Saren that I would go with every time, because Saren doesn't care about anything. Titania is fast.
I haven't built Titania yet, but I want to. She's a fun little fairy-looking thing. I have, like, most of her prime parts now, and then I think, like, for the one part I'm missing for regular Titania, it's just like you have to get the material that you only get from excavation, then it's like, oh, well, that means I have to play excavation. It's still weird that Cryotic is, like, only from that one mission type, and it's like, it's not necessarily bad, but, like, no one else ever plays them. Because it's the kind of, like, well, I only do this mission because I need the resources from it sort of thing.
Yeah, you gotta scope out for it in as a void mission.
That too.
People run it if it's a void relic one because it's an infinite mission.
Second boot of the day. People don't seem to be running a lot of the infinite missions nowadays. Every time I go to like queue up for one, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm looking forward to like, you know, running a couple of rounds of this and getting some good items. We complete one round and everyone's like, okay, GG, I got my bronze level drop. It's time to leave, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, Yeah, people won't stick around for anything unless it's like a high drawn or if it's a void mission.
Mm-hmm. I found my second boot of the day, which means I have one pair. I'm gonna catch Mortis Ghost. Very nice. What's ESO again? Elder Scrolls Online. Or Elite Sanctuary Onslaught, more likely in the context of this video game.
That's one of those things that I never did.
ESO's neat, but people mostly only ever use it for, like, okay, get a Saren and a Volt and, like, a Trinity or something in this party, or else, and also we're just going to use it to level up our lower level stuff, and then we're going to leave. But there's apparently some pretty good rewards you can get from it.
I just remember whenever it was new, and I was investigating that, and that one.
Oh, big.
They had a big problem for a while where they would just like release stuff that nobody would want to ever play. And like I think ESO was the kingpin of that, but I guess they've been on a better track in recent years.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely been a lot. I'm trying to think of the right word to use to describe it. Like, I guess like player interest in like a lot of the stuff that they've been putting out over the past little while has definitely been a lot higher, more retentive, I suppose. It's neat.
I guess they've also kind of like slowed themselves down a little bit, which is I think that's better for them.
Mm-hmm.
I've been getting fed up with games as a service quarterly release.
Oh god, I feel that.
I was getting fed up with that with Path of Exile, and I think a lot of people were.
Yeah. I kind of like got super turned off of that in fucking Destiny. I was just kind of like, no, I'm done. I'm kind of fed up with this now. I'm not really interested. And the stuff that I liked about it was kind of offset by the way they were trying to build it that I didn't really like anymore. I think Warframe is a lot better in that regard nowadays. Where it is very much like, you know, they do like make and tease and talk about their big things that they're releasing, but like it doesn't feel like, oh yeah, we have to get like the one thing squeezed out like every 3 months or whatever to keep the engagement high anymore.
Yeah, it's just no good for anybody.
Mm-hmm. I also like enjoy like I feel like in a lot of ways the game is built to like respect your time as a player, I suppose. Like, you know, there's still like stuff you gotta grind out and stuff still takes like real life time to build because it's a free to play game and they gotta have systems in place that like would maybe encourage some people to want to like spend some actual money on it. But like a lot of the things that are structured are like, okay, if you want to level this thing up, you know, you only really need to do like a bit a day, so there's no worrying about like, oh, well I have to be optimal and get all of mine done in like every day or whatever. And then there's like their like battle pass sort of thing, which they use to replace alerts. And it's got like, you know, like daily and weekly like mission things that you can do for points, but like also straight up if you like miss a bunch of weeks, it's like, oh okay, we'll just cycle those in once you complete this week's then. So it's like, really easy to get all the points from that.
Yeah, there's not very much like temporary stuff here, so that's pretty good. However, I have not built a Warframe in a while, and I think whenever I see that 3-day timer, I'm probably going to say, bro, fuck this game, once again.
I never really mind it very much, just because I kind of see that, and I'm like, oh, okay, I can either do something else in this video game, or I can like take a break and do something else with my life for a while, and I'm okay with that. But I think, like, I just am kind of like that about a lot of things, and I've seen a lot of people feel the opposite way, and I'm always just kind of like, oh, huh, okay, people really are different, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, if you can line up, like, all right, getting the stuff for this thing, and then in the meantime, I can get the stuff for this thing or whatever. I mean, like you'll be able to have like a constant stream of stuff that you can do, but with the Warframe specifically, I think it's just that since you have to like dedicate your time to getting the 3 pieces initially, which you know that takes like usually a quest or something, or grinding relics. So you have to do that, and then it gets to so that's over, and then you have to hit the start for the finished product. It's like, all right, well, I don't know what I wanted to do after this.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. I feel like that's part of why, you know, Warframe really is sort of advantageous if you like take your time playing it, because it's like, oh, you know, I've been playing this game for a couple of years now, and there's like a ton of different, like, you know, systems and areas and quests that you can engage with. So it's like, oh, well, I want to build like X or Y frame, and then I do that, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, what can I do now? I can go like level up a bit in one of the open worlds, or like I can work on getting a mech together, or I can level up my spaceship and stuff like that. It's on the one hand, like, the game having as much stuff in it as it does is like, it can definitely be kind of overwhelming at times, but like, on the other hand, like, I do feel like it is very good for like, oh, okay, this is just a game I pick up like every now and then, and you know, take it easy with. I can just sort of go like, oh, okay, well, right now I want to do this stuff. Okay, I've had my fill with this stuff, I want to do some other stuff now. I just used bait by accident instead of using my power.
Check this out, though.
Okay.
Alright.
New type of fish discovered! I love that Grendel can just, like, eat a dude and turn them into a gun.
I'm replenishing the lakes.
Oh, conservation is wonderful. The fish will be feasting tonight. Also, thank you, Perry, that, for those new gift subs. I appreciate that. I don't know why I said new. I think I just have new fish on the brain.
Brand new gift subs. Straight off the vine.
Never been seen before. Freshly grown. Slightly pickled. It's real good for you. I forgot I had a fucking Cyclone equipped. Ooh, animal.
An immature specimen.
The animal is okay.
Female.
Playful.
If they are engineered from fertilization and...
Damn, I got a bad capture.
can be trained, even domesticated. Wild specimens. Very
Something
different.
happened the other...
the heat of the moment.
Yeah. Something happened like that to me the other day, where I was doing, like, because, like, it's not just they're roaming around. You can go to, like, actual, like, start points and, like, track them down and stuff. And I was doing that on Deimos the other day, and I was like, oh, okay, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna, like, catch this guy, and it's gonna be so cool. As soon as I do, like, the echo thing to summon the animal, it literally spawned, like, right in front of me, and immediately it was just like, oh shit, there's a guy there, I'm gonna run away. So I had to get bad capture.
Yeah, I know the reason for this bad capture, and it's right here.
Great. Oh yeah, you can also
might
dance
have.
from it.
I guess it like got rid of the ragdoll because I'd eaten him for too long.
Oh god, he got digested.
Got digested, but was still talking. So
Scary. I think it's time to go fishing somewhere else. Yeah, Spruce Zeus. I see a lot of people suggest, if you want to do conservation stuff, take some kind of frame that has, like, you know, stealth powers. I just do it as whoever and hide behind a rock and hope for the best. It tends to work.
well, you can use your trank rifle in your Arcwing. So I just figured, all right, well, I can do anything.
Can you?
I'm pretty sure I've done that before.
I've never tried.
Like I remember, because I remember I needed parts from the various wildlife, So I would get into my Archwing and equip the trank rifle and just be scoped in because it makes a noise or something whenever you're near an animal.
Right, it like beeps at you. Alright, I am definitely gonna have to fiddle with the graphic settings if I want to ever like actually stream doing fights in this game. Warframe is optimized very, very well, but you know, streaming's always gonna take a hit, sort of performance-wise. Oh, that made y'all leave the party. Dang.
Yeah, because you left the Cetus, you left the instance. It usually just splits things up.
Ah. All right, I'll invite y'all again. We will go to Fortuna.
All right, let's switch out.
Yeah, the fact that like the Switch version of this game exists at all is kind of wild to me. And like I played it for a while when my computer died, and it like, you know, it's like locked to 30 frames a sec or so, but like it still runs like very well, which is surprising. Can we watch the Fortuna intro? I don't think I can manually trigger that since I've already been here before. But the intro to Fortuna is very good. Invite, and I'll invite Mist Heart. There we go. So this is Fortuna. It's on Venus. It is like a debtors colony run by the Corpus, which are like I like to call them a capitalist death cult because that's kind of what they are. And so they live here because they're essentially like, you know, a group of people who are left permanently in debt so that they can, you know, work here to work off their bounties. And because they need to work here in the inhospitable environment, they got to, you know, get a loan out to get, you know, more prosthetics so they can better work in the environments, which means they're further in debt, etc., etc., etc.
You'll have to re-invite me because I cannot join a relay from within a relay.
Dang.
Is what it says.
Invite. Serpy did have to step away for a bit, but they might be back later.
Alright. I have to equip my power gamer gear because Fortuna is a difficult spot.
So it's very pretty here and has a lot of blue and purple. So if you like blue and purple, this is the place to be. This is Utica, my friend Utica. I love her. She's going to tell me about geology today.
Quick geology lesson. Thermal fractures are what you get when you pump too much coolant into the ground too fast. Displaced thermia has to go somewhere. Now we've got thermia fractures threatening to roast Fortuna. Nav can fix this, but he won't. Instead, he's got that mucking exploiter orb harvesting the surface thermia for quick profit. Get out there, locate a fracture.
Are thermia fractures live right now?
Oh,
Yeah.
Copy that. Keep a shiny
Thermia fractures are good fun.
I remember doing those to get the Opticore from him and having a good time with that. Somebody here is named Love for Hate. What do you have equipped? I don't know what frame that is. Is that Loki? I think it might be Loki. It's wild to see a Loki player out there in the wild. Loki's not a bad frame. His whole thing is like stealth and like nonsense trickery. But like nowadays the sort of like quote-unquote meta has moved on to like the thing that people value the most is just you can do a lot of damage as well as like, you know, some sort of like enemy control that also has damage or defense reduction built in. I like Loki though. This is Fortuna. It's cold.
Yeah. They probably need to update Loki a little bit. Probably need to let him turn creatures into food or something.
Small robot attack me.
Oh, that's a rare mod.
Nice.
Very nice.
They've gotten a lot better about like taking mods that were, like, super, super rare to drop, or, like, only dropped in really esoteric ways, and, like, folding those into, like, the open world stuff. Like, for ages, Condition Overload, which was, like, a super powerful melee mod, where basically, if you put status effects on an enemy, and then you hit them with a melee weapon with Condition Overload on it, you do just, like, a fuck ton more damage. And so it's very strong, and people like it. And it had a really, really low drop chance on, like, one specific enemy in one specific area. And so, you know, it was, like, hard for people to get a lot of the time. And, so, like, for ages it was like, oh, well, people would just, like, spend, like, a whole hell of a long time, trying to, like, farm those out so they could sell them for, like, the in-game, like, premium currency, platinum. And then, Digital Extremes just kind of went like, huh, yeah, that's, kind of bad, isn't it? What if we just make this drop, like, from one of the new open worlds we're making? And they did! And people that care about the market in this video game were, like, mad about it, but they can die mad.
Did they do that for the Acolyte mods?
Yes, because, there's a new mode, Steel Path, which is, you do, like, the star chart, but it's harder. And the Acolytes just spawn in there now as bosses, and so they drop their mods. By the way...
Cool. I didn't know Steel Path actually did anything.
Yeah, it's cool. Steel Path also has, like rewards that you can get for, like Rivens and Iotans and, like, cosmetic stuff. And also, like, it has just improved drop rates, for, like, normal resources when you run the missions, and it's neat. I haven't messed with it much, but I want to, like, do more of it. I want to, like, build out a couple of frames that are made to be, like, very strong for that sort of mode. Also, the fish here are robots, because sometimes fish are robots.
That's cool. I caught a tube.
The Acolytes in the Steel Path don't drop their mods. Oh, okay. You get those from Deimos bounties. Okay. So they folded it in somewhere else, but it's not quite...
bounties, even better.
Yeah. Like, straight up, I think Condition Overload is also just another one from Deimos bounties now, which is like, that's great! Doing stuff in Deimos is fun, and they're making, like, all of these mods that had, like, a 0.03 drop rate from one guy in one area, like, actually more reasonable to get now. To the person who asked earlier about dynamite fishing, this isn't quite dynamite fishing, but this spear that I have explodes like a radial shockwave so that other fish around it get stunned. It's good. Also, yeah, I am excited to show off Deimos later as well. I don't remember if you have that unlocked, Log.
Oh yeah, I have all the planets unlocked and stuff.
Okay, cool.
I even have the ship unlocked. I've
Nice.
never actually used it, but I unlocked it.
Yeah, I got mine built a little while ago because I was like, oh yeah, I gotta get that done so I can do the new war eventually. And then I also need to build a necromech, which is the mechs that you get from Deimos.
Yeah, I didn't do that one, but man, the fucking ship quest is so stupid.
They made it a lot less egregious to do, thankfully.
Oh, there's a fish above ground.
What the? Where?
It's probably not... Oh, this isn't a fish. This is actually a skateboard.
Great.
It glows through the ground like a lure fish.
That's weird.
So I thought it was real.
Oh shit, thank you Gibson for the resub. Hope you're doing well today, bud. Oh yeah, I guess Mist is playing as Atlas, so here's these two guys you can summon. I have one friend of mine who, whenever he played Warframe, he fucking loved Atlas. And he would always summon the Rumblers, and he named them Chuck and Fuck, and I think about them every day. If the flavor text says that robots are used for maintenance, are we causing mechanical issues by taking them? Yes, but they're mechanical systems put in place by the Corpus to exploit the environment and the people living here. And also by taking these fish and, like, you know, gutting them for parts and giving the parts to the people that work here so that they can, you know, do repairs without getting further into debt, etc., etc., etc. It's good that we're doing this.
And also we can put them in our fish tank.
We can also do that. You do get a fish tank on your boat. do like that you can just, like, have a fish tank and also, like, wall-mounted fish trophies. And it doesn't, like, necessarily do anything, it's just... Excuse me, it's just fun to have. This guy is called Kriller. Which makes me think of that one fucking job where someone just used krill as a replacement for kill.
Yeah. Krill the creature.
Oh, fucking classics. Man, I want to play Job again. Every time it's come up that, like, not even just like you and the other RTV folks, but like, I think I just have a curse on me where, like, anytime, like, any friends I know are like, oh yeah, we're doing, like, a Jackbox, do you want to come play? Every time that happens, I'm always busy with something else, just by complete coincidence, and it's like,
Yeah, ain't that the thing?
Mm-hmm. I should add 48 more hours to every day so I can simply do everything I want no matter what. When you were playing around with the wolf sledge on Ivara here in Fortuna, you managed to get it so that Ivara's navigator procced as a corpus grenade was about to blow up and you could control it? You were just flying a grenade around? Is that what Ivara's navigator does? Is it lets you, like, fly projectiles around? I've never actually tried Ivara. That rules. I think I have Ivara Prime, like, in my oven right now, ready to be cooked.
Making regular Ivara is such a piece of shit.
Oh god, yeah, that's why I haven't tried her until now. Like, I think there's been, like, one part of hers that I've just been, like, missing for, like, a year or a couple, and it was just like, damn. Like, where is it? Why can't I get it? And then I looked it up, and it was like, oh, this is, like, something miserable. Is this game good? I mean, if you like what's in this game, then yeah. I enjoy it. I've put, like, 800 or so hours into this video game over a couple of years. I'd say I like it.
I don't really know how to describe, like, if you like X, then you like Warframe. It's just like a generally interesting thing, but also it's not going to satisfy every desire.
Yeah,
for sure.
I feel that way about, like, a lot of, especially sort of like online service games. Like, hell, I feel that way about Final Fantasy XIV. That's, like, one of my favorite MMOs ever made, and then every time someone is like, oh, is this good? Can you recommend this to me? Would I like this if I like X or Y? I'm just kind of like, you should really try it yourself first, honestly. Or, like, look into it some more yourself, because my opinion is my own, and also some stuff about even this that I don't like, you know?
Also, like, for people that were making brand new accounts today, I have no idea what it's like now. I always think that, like, one of the worst things about this game is that, like, new players have to do so much.
Yeah. I think every time I've, like, told a friend in, like, recent-ish memory about this game, I was like, yeah, I like this game a lot. You should give it a try if it looks interesting to you. But if you do, let me know, because you'll probably want some, like, little bit of guidance for, like, what to fucking do at the start. It's, for better or for worse, it's, like, a game with a lot in it, and it's also a, like, have the wiki open type of game. They've been getting a little bit better about, like, that specific part of it, and, like, a good bit of stuff that you, like, would want to know about or in the game, like, is just, like, better told to you in certain ways, but even then, still, it is very much, you will probably want some sort of, like, other website open for some reason or another while you play it, sort of thing. I'm okay with that. Some people really don't like that. really wish you could get into Final Fantasy XIV, but you simply don't enjoy MMO gameplay. That's fine. I never really understood the sentiment of like, oh, I wish I could get into this, but I don't like it. Because then it's like, well, what about it do you wish you could get into if you don't like it, though? Like, I get the disappointment sometimes of like, oh, here's a thing that I thought I would like, I want to get into it, and then I try it, and it's like, oh, this isn't for me at all. I get that.
All 4 million people in the world are playing it, Holly.
God. It was really funny. They made like a big announcement for FF14 the other day about like, oh, big news about, you know, server expansions and also letting people buy the video game again. The fact that all your friends are into it and it's all they talk about. I mean, that friends like different things than you sometimes. That's fine. I got lots of friends that like things that I'm not into, and I like lots of things my friends don't really like. That's normal. You don't gotta, like, enjoy everything your friends do and, like, be a part of everything they do, and also, you know, sometimes it might be good to, like, encourage them to do other things with you or something. But, like, I don't know, it's not the end of the world to me. Maybe my perspective is a bit different just because, like, I don't really always have a lot of free time, and also my internet situation kind of sucks, so, like, on that basis alone, I don't get to do a lot of, like, you know, games what are with friends.
Maybe we'd all be singing a different tune if it wasn't just you, Kami, and Briscoe playing Final Fantasy XIV. But most of us, like, just can't.
Yeah.
Don't have the patience to, like, sit through the story of that game, so we don't play it, and it's just like it doesn't really impact us that much.
I think that's fair. Like, a lot of the early game of 14, like, fucking drags on, and, like, if you're not really clicking with the story at that point, like, the story is kind of the big draw of the early game stuff. So, like, if it's like, if that's not clicking, then, like, maybe it's just not for you. Maybe it's just not worth your time. That's fine. I think it's good to try new things, but I think it's also good to realize, hey, maybe this ain't for me. Because trying to force yourself through stuff that just isn't good for you, it's bad. I can't think of another way to word that. Thank you, Tokums, for that 3-month resub. There we go. Wish you could have the community of FF14 and Guild Wars 2, not because anything's toxic, but the Guild Wars 2 fanbase is kind of old and not many people make fun content about it. Interesting. I never really care much for, like, you know, what other people make about, like, a game or something in that regard. I mostly just want to focus on, like, my own experience and, like, the experiences of my friends and that sort of thing.
Yeah, sometimes people not making content is a blessing.
Yeah.
You have to consider that. Go take a look at Destiny 2 every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Go take a look at a Destiny 2 video.
God. Take a look at a Minecraft video. Like, there's like, genuinely some, like, good stuff out there that people make on YouTube about that video game, and then, like, a lot of it just gets, like, shoved to the side of the fucking algorithm or whatever, because people are making Minecraft noob versus pro versus sexy train track animation.
Yeah. That was honestly a thing that I kind of felt about Guilty Gear Strive, too, honestly.
Ooh.
Because, like, I just couldn't really get into that. Really, I was just kind of checked out from that game, even though I'm just a really big fan of anime fighters in general. Mm-hmm. And a part of it is I felt like, well, this kind of feels like a game for content creators, and I can see that it is very much being a game for content creators right now, looking at all the videos coming out. And it's like, I guess there's nothing necessarily wrong, like, because yeah, it's drummed up a lot of interest in the game. People like to watch these videos and stuff, but it's just like sometimes you go into these videos, it's like new DLC character is OP, and it's, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't like it. It just whenever it's like that, it just gets grating, and so like jokes about stuff that like I'm familiar with, it just like I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear any more jokes about Totsugeki or whatever. I know what it is. You don't have to tell me.
But she's riding on the dolphin and she's coming to charge at you. Look out! Oh no!
Oh, I know full well. I've been playing against that for years and years. I'm sick of it now. I'm sick of it now. There's a YouTube video about it with 1 million views. I'm sick of it now. We've had enough.
It certainly doesn't help that, like, you know, the YouTube algorithm likes when, like, people are feeding into that one thing that seems to, like, pop off in it, so it's like, oh, suddenly there's just, like, 3 million things like this now, and they're all in my recommendations, and it's like...
I'm fine with it when Justin Wong does it. Justin Wong can do it. All of his videos are like, it's like YouTuber thumbnails with like the typical, it's like the typical algorithm titling and thumbnails and everything, except it's videos of him trying to create touch of death combos with every MVC2 character. Nice. Or getting parried by somebody on Fightcade or something. It's like, all right, well, you're all right, Justin. You're all right.
Yeah, it's nice when, like, you know, even in that space, people are able to still, like, you know, do their own thing and make stuff that is, like, interesting and stands out, like, even when they do have to, like, engage with some of the, like, oh, well, I need to have, like, the thumbnail or the title like that, like, catches the eye or whatever. Like, I think, like, it's not quite the same, but, like, some of the stuff Wayne does is, like, a good example of that, where it's like, oh, like, fiddling with, like, you know, like, specific titles or thumbnails, and then, like, you know, at the end of the day, he is still just doing the thing that he does, though.
Yeah, Wayne is very, like... Wayne is very thoughtful about that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. I, like, don't think I could be, which is why I just don't try and play the YouTube game. I'm okay with the stuff that I try and do. God, though, I am just thinking now about, when you brought up fucking Destiny 2 and how, like, I have seen so many videos, online about, like, Destiny 2, and also about Warframe sometimes, that are just, like, constantly like, oh, I'm quitting Destiny 2. Destiny 2 is dead. I'm no longer playing Destiny 2. I'm back to playing Destiny 2. This game is back. This is the new era of Destiny 2. I'm no longer playing Destiny 2. I'm done with Destiny 2. And it's like, okay.
Yeah. I just remember whenever we all kind of started playing the game was when the New Light thing first came out, and Leviathan's Breath wasn't officially out yet, but the kind of parkour section that you could do to get to it was technically in the game, and you could trick yourself into it. I remember Trog posted a video of that, and we all just kind of collectively groaned trying to get through the first 5 seconds of the video.
Yeah. I don't get, I mean, I kind of get it, when people have these, like, sort of, I guess fixations on these games where it's like, oh, well, this needs to be the one and only thing I do, and then, like, they, like, spend so much, like, time, energy, and effort into it, and then, like, suddenly they're like, no, this is actually the worst, this is bad, I'm all done with it, and, like, part of that is because, you know, I guess with, like, content creators, quote-unquote, specifically, like, a lot of the time people like that sort of get pigeonholed into boxes where it's like they feel like they have to just do the one thing forever because that's what they built up, like, their like, audience on, is that sort of niche, and if they, like, try to branch out to do, like, anything else, well, then suddenly people are like, well, this isn't why I'm following you. This isn't what I'm looking for. And so they have to keep constantly doing shit that's just like, oh, I hate this now, I'm done with this now, no more of this. But it still has to be about that, because for some reason people still want to watch that?
Yeah, that's kind of hard, isn't it? Cause I just think about, like, the people that are, like, that are kind of like, because there's some games where there's, like, one person that's kind of, like, the defining person for that game. I think of, like, Otsdarva for Dead by Daylight, and I feel like,
yeah.
alright, well, that is the Dead by Daylight guy, and I don't think that Dead by Daylight would recover if he decided not to play the game, but I also wonder, would he recover if he decided to stop playing the game?
Right, yeah.
It's like mutually assured destruction.
It's kind of like an interesting problem to sort of like, I don't want to say necessarily be in the midst of, because I don't feel like that's ever happened to me to like any regard like that, because like, you know, I've built up what I do sort of like on the expectation that like I try and do like a variety of different things, and whether that's like, you know, playing different video games or like, you know, doing streams about things that aren't necessarily, excuse me, like just video games. And so like, you know, I have that sort of expectation in place of like, oh, I can and will do like multiple different things, and I'm really glad that I like, you know, set that up as sort of a foundation, because if you kind of build yourself up as being like, oh, I'm the X guy, I'm the Y guy, for like one thing, that can very easily just get fucking miserable and like soul draining.
I'll be the Hilux guy. I'll have to do one thing every 2 or 3 years. It'll be great.
And it's like, I've seen a lot of times, people will just be like, you know, this is like something that I kind of don't want to do anymore. I want to like try doing other stuff. And then they'll get a lot of like comments or like, you know, support. Like, oh, we'll support you no matter what. We're here for you, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, we'll like keep on supporting that. And then like, you know, for whatever one reason or another, they try and do something different and they don't like have that support anymore. It's just gone. And it's like, it's scary. And so I get kind of why like people, will just, like, you know, keep feeding into that of just constantly being like, oh, well, I'm only going to make the stuff about this one thing, even if I don't like it anymore, because that's, you know, how I make my money. And it's just, I don't know, it's fucked. It's sad. Are these fish made out of extension cords and desk fans? Kinda.
Cave hotspot?
Ooh,
that's
where?
what I read. Go to Mist Heart.
Let's go cave fishing. Think people should do the things they enjoy? Uh-huh. And that's, the thing that I talk about a lot on here is that you should focus on things that you like doing. Instead of necessarily things that you want to do because you feel like you have some sort of obligation to them or whatever, like... Because that's a very surefire, quick way to stop liking something. Where's the cave entrance? Over here. Oh, I've never been in this cave before. Interesting. Also, oh, there is just a hole in the ceiling in there. Neat. That's a big guy. Ooh, that's a huge guy. Basically take that approach with gaming in general nowadays. Don't really get too much FOMO on new releases and just dig through old game libraries for things that sound interesting to you now. Yeah, like, I feel like I've gotten a lot better about that over the years as well. Like, I don't really care too much about, like, oh, well, I'm gonna be missing out on something when it's, like, new, or whatever, and it's like, so? That's fine. It's not necessarily gonna make it any less valuable. Sometimes, you know, it is good to, like, experience a thing, like, a while later, so you don't have to deal with, like, everyone's, like, fervent, like, hype for something, like, skewing your own expectations about it.
if there's anything I've learned from getting into Magic the Gathering is you have to get into things at just the right time. And so far, I've been pretty good at that.
Mm-hmm. I have like a ton of games that I like own and haven't played yet because I was just like, oh, this will be fun to play eventually, but I don't need to play it now. And so I've got like a big old backlog of cool stuff to play someday. Quit wiggling around. You are scaring me. You are scaring the other fish. Come on.
Yeah, trying to understand the economics of card games is really interesting.
Ooh, God, yeah, I can imagine. Card games has always been, like, something I've been fascinated about, like, sort of on the periphery. I think the couple of times I've gotten to, like, bum off of a friend's deck or, like, play on an online thing, I've had some decent fun with, but, like, getting, like, into it, like, proper, like, seems like a challenge, almost? I don't know if that's the right word for it.
I don't know if it's... I wouldn't call it a challenge. It's that, like, you need to be willing... Like, you need to be able to, like, have a budget you can assign to it, and it needs to be, like a reasonable amount. It doesn't have to be, like, $1,000 or whatever, but it's just, like, you need to be, like... You need to be able to, like, put money towards it and not have to worry about spending that money.
Right.
And then, like, you're okay.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of how it was when I was into, like, Warhammer a couple of years ago.
But if you're into, like, the casual kind of play, you kind of can just do whatever.
Yeah.
Like, because I was looking at stuff, because Mira's Discord has a channel for it, and people just talk about playing, like, Commander and stuff on there.
Mm-hmm.
Commander is kind of the logical extremes of card games, because everything is like a legal card there, but because it's a mostly casual format, you can kind of do whatever anyway. So you could either have something that uses like stuff from the first set ever printed that will never get printed again, and so stuff costs multiple thousands of dollars, or you could do what a lot of people seem to be doing and trying to make a 100 card deck for $13.
Wild.
What the fuck? There's a guy that's so big and so fast. He's so bright.
Ain't that how it is with fish? Thank you, Daddy Big Bulge. That's a scary name, but thank you very much for the gift subs. I appreciate that.
I don't know what was wrong. There's like a Sidewinder fish that spawned, and it spawned at like 3 times its size.
Ah. The huge bastard. I do appreciate looking over in chat and just seeing Twitch user Tokums saying Daddy Big Bulge is a fantastic name. Real understands real, I suppose. There you are, you fucking fish.
But yeah, it's interesting because you can kind of start like, because like, so I've been playing these games for about, how long would it be? I guess 4 months or so. So you can kind of start seeing like how trends of stuff work whenever, with the stuff that you're familiar with. It's like I'm learning that like, shortly after 6 months of existing, like, stuff starts to hit its, like, true price or something.
Oh, my bitrate is fucking dying. What is going on? I don't, like, have anything running in the background, like, downloading, do I? And, like...
Fish got too big.
Like, the Discord audio sounds fine. And, like, the game doesn't seem to be, like, stuttering in that regard. That was weird. Might have just been a Twitch issue then. Seems like things are okay now. Anyway, sorry, you were saying?
So like, whenever the new stuff gets printed, there's some stuff that's like, okay, this is expensive because it's like has a high assigned rarity, and that stuff will stay expensive for like a week, and then it will become cheap.
Huh.
And then there's stuff that's like, all right, well, this is both rare and pretty good, so this one will stay like kind of expensive.
Right.
And then after a couple months, it'll be like, all right, well, this is rare and good, and as time goes on, like it's not getting like everybody's run the numbers, and this is still like good and good in a lot of places, and then it will start going up again after that.
Huh.
Because now it's like, all right, well, everybody wants this, and now we're at the point where like they're running out of new packs.
Ooh. God, the economics of like physical card games just kind of make my head hurt.
For me, it's interesting because it's just like, well, if I want something, I'll just like go ahead and get it over time. I'm not too concerned. I'm not trying to open packs to find the stuff that I want or anything.
Right.
But it's interesting just because like there's something that I bought at a store for $25, I think, at the end of November. Well, like beginning of December. And now it's like at 40, going over 40.
Huh.
And this was something that came out in like back in July or something, but it's going up and up in price. And so I wonder how far it'll go.
Wild. One time I found a French Pokemon card just abandoned in the library, and my mom was like, "Oh, you should sell that. I think Pokemon cards are worth money." And it was worth nothing.
Yeah, the thing about Pokemon cards is Pokemon cards is even worse because there's not necessarily a rhyme or reason to it. Magic cards, a lot of the value is based on utility.
Right.
Pokemon cards are for collectors, so it's mostly about the quality of the card.
Right.
So like, whenever I go to my store, like for Magic cards, they will sell like more damaged Magic cards because like even if they're kind of damaged, you still play them and they're still like they're still fine. But like I had my old Pokemon cards as a kid, and I said, all right, well, some of these are kind of old and are worth some amount of money. I wonder if they'll buy any. And so like I brought them over, and it's like, yeah, I can't buy any of these because the backs are kind of scratched up.
Oh wow.
And it's, yeah, that's the difference between like a collector's game and a player's game.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm still kind of sad that like the Pokemon card game is like a collector's game and a collector's market, because it's like, oh yeah, here's this thing for kids based off of the kids game that Nintendo is marketing towards kids, and then you've got like fucking scalpers who are out here like buying up all of it so that they can try and make like a fucking killing off some shitty speculative market nonsense, and it's like,
well, you should see the kids, like because in Sunday, like I go into these stores, and whenever I'm playing Magic at the stores, like they also there's also like kids that will come in that'll like play with their Pokemon cards just on the side. And like, you know, these kids are like probably 7 or 8. They know they have like back-to-back binder filled with like all the expensive cards, and they know exactly how much each one is worth. And like they're trying to wheel and deal.
Oh no. Things are dire out here for the Pokemon card game.
I mean, that's good though. Like it's good that they know that they should take care of them, and that they are, you know, not something that you wrap a rubber band around like what I did whenever I was a kid.
Ooh, God, yeah. I had like a binder that my parents got for me and my sister to keep our cards in. just because it was fun to flip through the book and see all the different cards, not because I, like, knew anything about, like, value or anything like that. I think my parents probably did, though, but I didn't know or care. But sometimes I would take them out, and I would, like, you know, take bits of food and put it near the mouth of the Pokemon on the card, because I was like, oh, this is my Ghastly. I want to give my Ghastly a snack. So... I don't think they would be worth terribly much money in that regard.
It's got some aged food on there. It gets better. It gets better with age.
Listen, this is one of a kind Poke wine, and you can have this as your starter.
This is a Charmander dipped in a fine Domperion. Suspended in a cask for 100 years.
We've got these oak barrels full of a fine Gengar Rosé. I'm sure you'd love to take a big gulp.
We do not let it touch the edges of the cask, so the edges of the cards stay pristine. Yeah, see how much the Meyer winders glow?
God, yeah, they're like iridescent. I also do have a lot of the visual stuff like cranked up to max, and I'm looking now over at OBS because I have like a little CPU monitor on it, and I'm realizing that between like this game running and also streaming it, it's a little heavy on the CPU, which is maybe why it's been chugging a little bit while I stream it, which makes sense. Streaming is CPU intensive. I suppose Warframe is as well. Which is probably part of why it like is able to run as well as it does, even on like some of the lower end graphics cards, just because like they do defer a lot of stuff to the CPU. It's interesting. I know there are a bunch of people on the Warframe like team, at least in their like more technical sort of I don't know if departments is the right word, maybe just team, that are like super invested in like optimizing just in general. So this game just like runs like generally like super fucking well. And I'll see like some of them will like stream stuff they work on for the game sometimes, or just like talk about it on Twitter or whatever, and it's interesting to follow. As someone who doesn't like, I don't even like necessarily. All right, I got another boot. As someone that doesn't even necessarily like know a whole ton about like, you know, the sort of nuances of what would go about and something like that. I took, you know, a comp sci program in college, and I worked at like a programming job for about a year or so. I have some understanding, nothing in depth, but like it's still interesting to like hear about, and it's cool that it's something that they like are as invested in as they are, because like there are so many video games out there where it's like, oh, I have this on my computer now, but like it kind of runs like dog doo-doo ass. And then Warframe is here, and it's been like a game for years and years, and they've constantly been like updating its like, you know, its graphics engines and like its particle rendering and all the lighting and things like that. Like the game definitely never used to look like this, but it looks like this nowadays, and like you can see like even when I'm streaming in like a low sort of like a low action like environment right now, like I'm like pushing 60-70 frames a second. If, like, this was some sort of, like, other game that had anywhere near this sort of thing, a computer would probably be chugging a little bit. And, like, I have the particles cranked up to max, which is maybe a bit excessive, but when I'm playing it, just, like, on my own time, not streaming, I think the lowest I've ever seen the FPS dip is, like, 50, which is fucking wild.
Yeah, there's always a lot of things that you can do, even in like websites and stuff. Mm-hmm. Like there's little things that you can do, because there's a lot of stuff just like at a base level. As stuff improves, there's a lot of things that like sacrifice performance just for kind of ease of implementation.
Right. Web design in general, especially nowadays, just sounds like kind of a fucking nightmare. Especially since, like, it feels like the standards for a lot of websites are just kind of like, oh, well, we need to bloat everything with, like, ads and things like that, and so it just sounds like a fucking mess.
Yeah, it's weird. I guess my line of work is a bit different, just because, like, I guess, how do you put it? Like, the only ad that I ever had to work on is, like, it wasn't even really an ad because it was an ad for something that we also provide.
Right.
And it's just basically just like a link with a JPEG. So for that, it's fine. But there's like things that just kind of pop up that you don't really like know about until it happens, because it's not really something that's talked about.
Yeah.
Because like I work with Angular to make web pages, and it's like, all right, Angular, you know, popular JavaScript framework.
Right.
You interpolate JavaScript stuff into an HTML page. Good, easy. I'll interpolate this JavaScript function into my page.
Right.
Little do I consider that whenever this HTML re-renders, it calls the function again, which will likely cause it to re-render again, and call the function again, and so on and so forth.
Right.
And so you have enough components, and you're getting 30 FPS on your web page.
Oh God, yeah.
So it's like you have to consider performance for that stuff too, which is interesting.
I feel like performance for like stuff like that does kind of get taken for granted in like a fair bit of like software development, and like, you know, there could be any number of reasons for that. I'm not like out here claiming like, oh yeah, that clearly happens because the programmers are bad. Clearly there's a reason why they have a job in programming and I don't anymore, but like it is interesting how, like, you know, as time has gone on and like systems have become a lot more like advanced hardware-wise and a lot more powerful, the sort of like I guess because it feels like there's less of a need to sort of do that. People worry less about, like, you know, designing like websites and the like, and even just like applications, less and less about like being super performant, because they're like, oh yeah, well everyone out there has like X amount of RAM and they have like Y speed of processor, so like it's not that big of a deal if like we're a little bit bloated in that regard. And then, like, you know, you do hear about a lot of people that do have like a less powerful computer or phone, and so like they just kind of get the short end of the stick. And even then, people who do have like more like modern day like cutting edge stuff, even then like they have performance issues.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't come up with too terribly, because I feel like it's more like a business thing where
Right.
you'll start running into performance issues. Because like personal websites, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, definitely not on the same scale, unless it's like because you have like 7 or 8 different fucking ad engines running all at the same time, and like very little of it is deferred to like some other end, so it's all happening on the user side somehow.
Yeah. There's some stuff that's just like, yeah, there's stuff that's just like tanks performance for no, that just tanks performance all on its own. It's really stupid, and and it's just, really, it's just like, I think it's just that a lot of people aren't really experienced with it.
Yeah.
There's a at least like whenever you're outside of like the world of games and like super nerd software stuff,
Right.
like over at IBM and Google or whatever, there's not really a whole lot of performance consideration.
Yeah. I guess for like the most part, it's just because it's assumed that like, oh well, this isn't a thing you're gonna have.
I guess
running for a long time
in
or
games is
whatever.
not necessarily a consideration either.
Yeah. Unfortunately. It's wild out there. I always had just like a hard time when I was, you know, in school learning about like programming stuff. Like the two things that I had the hardest time with were like UI design that just didn't suck shit, and also like a lot of like web dev, like, sort of general stuff. So, like, anytime I see someone who's, like, you know, very good, or even just at least proficient at it, I'm always just kind of blown away, like, my god, that's wild.
Yeah, my school had no web development stuff at all as part of the degree path, so I learned it all on the job, and that is now the main part of my job. It's funny how that works out.
We had, like, some stuff about, like, JS, but it was all, like, you know, vanilla JS without any sort of, like...
Yeah, well, hearing from Scorpio, like, some of these Quebec schools are just fucked in terms of some of the computer science.
They had us learning PHP.
Stuff. Yeah, like, it just seems like a time warp school.
I feel like maybe I'm wrong just because I'm not super into, like, you know, web dev circles, but, like, I feel like the only people nowadays that use PHP are people that were already using PHP and don't want to switch to something else because that would be a hassle.
Yeah, nobody makes anything new in that.
Mm-hmm. And we had, like, 2 entire courses all about PHP, and, like, our big, like, all of our big, like, final project stuff was about, like, designing, web pages using, like, Java as, like, the like, all the back-end stuff. So, like, it was, like, using Java specifically to make, like, desktop applications and then, also, like, web page stuff, and it was, like...
Wait, you're saying Java, like a Java servlet page or whatever?
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, that is some old stuff.
Mm-hmm. Like it was like, oh, I'm not very good at this, but this is interesting. So then like I like read more into it, and I was like, oh, actually, this all sounds like it's like extremely old and not really super relevant to stuff nowadays. And then it was funny because the job I did end up working at, like right after college, was, you know, one that was using, because we had to like provide. You know, support and maintenance for a bunch of old, like, products that they had made that were running on, you know, web systems based on Java. It was like, oh, okay, so actually maybe it was good that I learned this.
Yeah, I mean, like, you still need to know Java because, like, a lot of backend is still Java, especially in, like, corporate places. But yeah, front-end stuff, like, I don't think anybody does Java front-end anymore. That's kind of that kind of went away about a decade ago, I think.
Like, Java front-end stuff just seems like... It was, like, literally I had to do an entire assignment about it, and, like, all of the add-ons and stuff that we were supposed to use to design it, didn't work on my computer at home because they were so outdated. I had to straight up just work in the computer lab to do it, and almost failed because of it.
Yep. Yeah, that being said, I do work on Java front-end too.
Ooh. It's hard out there.
It's a learning curve thing. It's honestly not that bad, but it's definitely worse than just having, like, a JavaScript thing.
Yeah. I am glad at the very least that, like, a lot of the ways those courses were structured were less, oh, we're teaching you Java specifically, and more just, like, you know, we're teaching you a lot of very general, like, computer science and comp programming knowledge, using Java as an example. And also we're teaching you, like, you know, how to learn and how to teach yourself sort of thing for some of it. Which was, you know, extremely valuable considering how a lot of, like, comp sci work does end up just being like, oh, do you have experience using this framework or this language? No? Well, do you know object-oriented? Alright, you're gonna learn on the fly.
Yeah, that's how it always is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, scrubbing Bubby, you get over here, I'm going to get you. Part of your Java course was 8 weeks of learning how to use a library that was explicitly deprecated. Oh no!
I just remember what Scorpio was talking about. It was like, yeah, he had a course where it was a Java in a explicitly in a place where you don't want to use Java, and it was just like a course that was sponsored by Oracle or whatever.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh, actually, I think it was with some kind of like database shit.
Mm-hmm. I really liked database like stuff when I was doing comp sci. Like some of my favorite stuff to do was working with and integrating like databases, and also doing like what's the word for it? Like systems admin and like security admin and stuff like that. Like that part of it was the part that clicked with me the most, and I kind of realized like a little too late into the program, like, oh, maybe the actual programming stuff isn't the part that I'm like most keen on. It's like all the stuff sort of adjacent to that that's still like important. But they only had the one program at my college, so yeah, I do like database management. Atomic Quote. I think it's neat. I did like pretty good in all my classes, and then like for the DB admin classes, I consistently got like 99% as my final grade.
Yeah, I don't really care much. I don't really care much for database work, unless it's with whatever you call them, the heap databases.
Mm-hmm.
With those ones, it's easy because it's easy to just kind of automate anything that you're like doing with those data. It's easy to write that into like a backend thing.
Mm-hmm.
You just know, writing code for putting stuff in a relational database is just so stupid. It takes too long.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting how there's like so many different varieties of like database, and how like a lot of them are useful for different applications, and then like you'll see people talking about like in practice how a lot of those applications just end up being like really awkward and like they go work at places where it's like, oh, well, here's like here's like our setup where it would have been really good to use like, X type of like database setup, and instead we're using some completely backwards ass nonsense, and it's just like, oh, okay. A lot of the time that just ends up being because like they have a lot of stuff tied into legacy systems,
Yeah.
You are under a rock. Okay. Got the problem of your system's running bad because it's old, but you can't upgrade it because it's old. That's why they still got people out there that are like trying to teach others COBOL. I still want to learn COBOL someday because I think it would be fun. Well, fun.
Fun, yeah.
Fun of a certain sort.
You ever learn MIPS?
No. But I remember.
I had a class where I used MIPS.
That's wild.
I had to make like Boggle and MIPS. And that was a very difficult project. That was like a group project.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to make Boggle and MIPS. And
wild.
One guy understood it really well and kind of like created the foundation of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I kind of added stuff onto it to make it work. And then one guy did just like a little bit. And one person like didn't show up again after like the first month. So.
Oh, jeez. Just kind of realized, no thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of understand that feeling, like, because that kind of stuff is just very grueling.
Yeah.
Even though it's not really what you actually have to do.
Right, like, there's a reason why it's really only used in niche cases nowadays, and the niche cases are, it's because we used it before, and we really can't afford to uproot all of our fucking systems now.
Because all of our systems are written on a SNES cartridge.
Yep. Here's our, like, infrastructure that handles, like, all of the medical data all across the country. It is currently running on a calculator that has a processor that can handle 4 bits at a time. Can you help us? We need to upgrade to Windows Famil.
Listen, you gotta understand. If Mario falls in that pit, people are gonna die.
We need someone every day in a 24-hour range to come into this room and collect exactly 13 coins. Any less and the whole system shuts down. Any more, we get an overflow and then people are getting surgeries they never needed. Fucked how much important stuff runs on tech older than the people fixing it? Uh-huh. It's definitely a huge issue where, you know, you've had all these systems for so long that have been running on this old hardware, and, like, uprooting it would either cause massive downtime, which would be an issue, or, you know, would require, like, ridiculous, like, upfront costs for upgrades, which would be an issue. You know, among other things that could be issues. It's a terrifying problem because it's like, well, this needs to be solved somehow, but how? And sometimes the easiest solution genuinely just is, okay, we get in some fresh meat. We have to teach them how to use, this extremely outdated language and, like, systems. Also, it was funny when you were talking about MIPS. I looked over at chat, and I did see at least 2 or 3 people just be like, oh god, MIPS. And then one person was just like, I learned MIPS, and then posted a sad face. There's no right answers? Yep. If there was an easy, one-size-fits-all answer to a problem like this, the problem wouldn't exist anymore.
Yeah. Towards the end of my time in college, I actually worked for the computer science department, just like in the center to help people with their homework and like let them take tests and stuff. It's like, all right, well, this is fine. Yeah, I remember most of these classes, and you know, I can tell people like coding concepts easy.
Yeah.
But I had forgotten that the MIPS class was part of the curriculum.
Oh god.
And then people came in with their MIPS homework, and I'm like, ah, fuck.
God damn it, not again!
And I had to practice my acting then.
I can't believe all this time, all the preparation you had for HLVR, but the AI was learning how to program MIPS.
Yep.
It's all connected. Computers are a nightmare, and every day they continue to operate correctly is a gift from furries and God. Lord, is it ever. It's so funny to think that a lot of the essential infrastructure of the internet is basic. I think it's the internet, at least, is kept working, like, to this day because of the contributions of, like, 7 very dedicated furries. Not an exact number. Probably not, but, you know, that's the gist of it. Oh god, R. R is that one language that's used for, like, statistical stuff, largely, right? I think it's what R is. I think I want to say it was my sister, that, like, talks to me about R sometimes, just because of, like, what like, she does, and, like, what some of her friends do as well for work. And so it was funny, like, hearing some of that and just being like, oh, well, I don't know the specifics of this, but it does remind me of some of the shit I had to deal with. Yeah, stats programming sounds like it's its own kind of special hell. There was a moment in, like, when I was in college where I was, like, I was just in, like, a general science program, and I kind of hated it, and I was trying to figure out, well, what do I want to do? Because I feel like this degree I'm getting is kind of butt kiss for, like, anything I would want to reasonably do as a career, so I'm gonna have to, like, take another degree. What would I want to do? And I had a stats class, and I thought it was really interesting, and I'd considered, like, going in for something related to that. Sometimes I wonder if maybe I should have. And then I hear, like, I have some, like, friends and some family who, like, do stuff like that for a living, and I hear about that, and I'm just kind of like, Actually, maybe it's good that I didn't. Although, you know, who's to say? Things could be wildly different if I made any one choice or not in my life. These are some weird fish. They're robots. Oh man, speaking of weird fish, we need to go check out Deimos and show a different kind of fish. I think we should do that. I don't think I'm going to be longer for I don't think I'm going to be streaming for too much longer.
I think I'm going to be longer for this world.
I'm not long for this world! I ought to fish before it's all said and done. Because I wasn't planning on going for super long, because I might be doing stuff with my partner this evening, and no belt streaming later today, and I wanted to host folks on over his way. I think he's like starting soonish. So I reckon I'll do a little bit more fishing, wrap up. It's been a neat little sort of essentially a stress test where also I go fishing, which has been a lot of fun.
This has gotten me more Warframe resources than I've ever gotten ever.
Did I say I fed it to my Ghastly or Gengar earlier? This is important. Ghastly. I don't think I ever had a Gengar card, but I did have like 2 Ghaslys. Also,
never had a Gengar? That's so sad.
Oh, I can't summon the wizard when I'm in the Hatchel. I saw someone earlier also asking to see my wizard again. I can show that off once we're out of a loading zone. Drawing a little tea party. That's adorable. And if there's any of you out there that, you know, play Warframe actively who are thinking, well, it's not actually called a wizard in-game, it's called something else, don't worry about it. I'm trying to avoid some of the more spoilery stuff in case there's people out there that want to play it for themselves someday.
It's your own personal Spider-Man.
Yeah. You don't gotta worry about the hows and whys of it until you want to worry about it, but, this is my wizard. She's got a scarf. She's got, like, funny, crystal glasses things on. I'm gonna go back
you
to
see my guy, right?
Ooh, I saw it when I looked at, like, your profile. I'm just gonna look at it again. You're like neon mustard dude.
Yeah, that was like initial creation. I made that, and I've never changed it.
Awesome. This is, I suppose, a better view of mine. I had picked up the they do like the Prime Access stuff every now and then when they release a new Prime Warframe, and you can like buy like exclusive cosmetics related to it, and usually whenever I get back into Warframe, it tends to like correlate to them putting out like a new one just by coincidence. So every now and then I'll be like, you know, I do like the way these cosmetics look, I want to get them. And so this is the ones you get for the current one, which is like for Harrow, I think, for Harrow Prime. And so you get like a bunch of like, there's like a little bits of like golden filigree, and then like
you got a Templar assassin fit.
Kinda, yeah. That's kind of what Harrow's whole deal is he's like a, you know, like a zealot of the void or what have you. And also he's got a spear where you throw it and it makes all bullets home into people's skulls forever. I suppose I'll go back to Fortuna. Or rather, leave Fortuna. Holly's looks like she's raided several cyber wizard towers, while the other one looks like an IT guy! Awesome.
Damn, an IT guy? What kind of IT guys you got?
IT guy who loves nothing but mustard.
A freshly peeled IT guy?
We pickled him a little bit. Also, this is the radio. You can talk to Nora Knight here.
Welcome.
Nora Knight is a reference to that one, what is it, The Warriors or The Slayers or whatever, that one movie where there's just like a woman talking to a microphone in it. But also she's a cool, fully realized character, aside from that. I like her. We can go fishing in one more place.
I claim this territory in the name of yours truly.
Sorry, I had to hear a very important message from my lich, whose name is A Bag Off, who told me a very important message. But we can go here to Deimos. It's made of meat. I saw a message that I wanted to read so that I could properly see what it said. Never played Warframe, but this looks really cool. Maybe I should. How is it for microtransactions? All of the like real money stuff that exists is either you use it to buy cosmetics, or you use it to like speed up like build times. Excuse me, for equipment, or you use it to like trade with other players. Basically, all of the like build times for things are extremely reasonable, and you can get all of them like just by playing through the game. I feel like it's very good in that regard, where it's less like, oh, well, the game pressures you into like spending money on it by like having shitty loot boxes, or by like making things super difficult to get. And like there is some stuff that's hard to get, but for the most part, like no, it feels very much structured so that, you know, even your average player just like playing for free without putting a cent into it can like get through things like pretty fine.
I think it kind of winds up in a way that like, yeah, most things are just kind of like a convenience thing, but ultimately you're gonna need slots. You're gonna need to buy slots.
That is like kind of the one thing that you probably will have to spend like money on, is like slots for weapons and frames and stuff like that. But like you can also get the platinum by doing like relics and then selling that to other players who will trade you platinum for it. And so then again, you can get that for free if you just put in like some work, sort of thing. And I feel like it definitely like could be a lot worse. And like when it comes to a free to play game, you do have to like, you know, have some concessions for like, okay, well, we need something that like, you know, would either like encourage players to spend money or would make them want to spend money outside of just, you know, they like the game, they want to spend money on it. Because like that's why I spend money on it. I have 800 hours in this game. I've had a lot of fun with it. I don't mind chipping in a couple bucks every now and then. But then like for a lot of players, they don't even think about that at all. So like, you know, when it comes to a free to play game, that's just kind of the nature of it. You have to have some systems in place.
Oh, that reminds me. Let me equip DE's greatest mistake.
But oh yeah, like the closest thing they have to a loot box is like the relics, which is you can only get them by playing the game. You cannot get them by spending money. In fact, the rewards are like you can sell those to other players for the premium currency, sort of thing. But yeah, I feel like as far as monetization goes, this game is like fairly good in that regard. And you know, I think the team is like good folks who do good work, so you know, I'm okay with chipping in a couple bucks every now and then because I want to. Then I have to invite Miss Hart back.
I'll knock them once, because they did make a great mistake.
Ooh, Excalibur Prime. Spent $8 4 years ago and you're still living off that plat. Yeah, also like if you're not like me and you don't like want to buy like a million different cosmetics, you can like get a coupon from like a login reward that's like, oh, you get a discount on how much money you have to spend for like the in-game money. And then, like, you could basically just spend that on, like, slots for equipment, and then, like, you'll be set.
But yeah, the biggest thing that they ever did was Excalibur Prime. I have Excalibur Prime, and I only have him because I gave them $50 when this game was a beta. And that was the only way that you could ever get Excalibur Prime, and you can't get him anymore ever again.
they had like Excalibur Prime and then like a gun and a sword as like exclusive rewards to like thank people who were like founders of the game.
So the way the way this game works, where like each individual thing is like extra XP for your mastery rank, having ones that nobody else can get is kind of a problem, especially because it was a paid thing. But
it does literally just work out to like you're always, if you have them leveled up, you're always going to be like 3 things higher EXP wise than anyone else. And like they also did release Excalibur Umbra, which is like a free thing that everyone can get because it's a mandatory story quest.
Yeah, so like Excalibur Prime's pretty irrelevant at this point, but still, it's just like I think they realized not to do that. After.
Yeah, it's and they don't ever want to like change that for Excalibur Prime, because they did promise like, yeah, this is an exclusive thing to thank you for like supporting our video game and making and like helping us like make this video game sort of thing. And so like they never want to bring that back in any sort of way, because then like there would be people who like did support it in the start on the pretext of, oh well, I'm getting my exclusive thing. So they just released a 3rd type of Excalibur instead, and everyone was fine with that.
Yep. I do like Excalibur Prime's look though. He's got like a Pepsi Man kind of look to him.
He kind of does. He's got like a keyhole for a face. It's a fun look.
And all of my characters have the Grindel pose.
Hell yeah. It's a good pose.
I spent money on that, and I do think that's kind of a pay-to-win kind of thing.
I do wish that it was like, if you had a frame built, then you could just get like their idle poses for all your frames that way. But I kind of get why they don't, just because like
they're fucking around, and they're giving these new ones all these fancy poses, so you buy them.
But then you just got Grendel, and you're A-okay. All you need to do is squat down and get ready to tussle.
Yep.
This is one of the deluxe skins for Excalibur that Mist Heart has equipped right now. Comes with an exclusive smoking a pipe emote, which is very funny.
Damn, that's Excalibur?
Yeah. It's the, I think it's called the Zato skin or something like that. It's one of the... Every now and then they'll put out, like, these deluxe skins, which are like, oh, like, here's, like, a fancy thing that kind of diverges from what the original looks like in some ways, and, also generally tends to have, like, a weapon skin and some other cosmetics to go with it, and, like, I think they're pretty cool for the most part. I do like that these, like, giant meat robots with no mouths, can just smoke a pipe, though.
Well, they can hold it up, at least.
Good for them.
I don't think any smoke comes out after they...
Yeah, that's
put
true.
it up to their mouth.
It is just kind of like only the smoke coming out of the pipe. The Zephyr Deluxe one is cool. That's the one that's like very sort of like, I want to say almost like F-Zero, like future racing inspired. Seems neat. This is kind of like the smoked meat of the future. Speaking of meat...
One shard of Seraglass is all I have left of my father. But it's all I need to find him again.
So the NPCs you talk to here in Deimos, they're all meat now. They're all made of meat now.
There is so much to be done here on Deimos.
And the quest line is kind of about being their impromptu family therapist and helping them, you know, not be at each other's throats anymore.
So be it.
But also they're made of meat.
Indeed.
The fish here are made of meat too. To which you might be thinking, well, weren't the fish on Earth also made of meat? No, no, no. The fish on Earth were made of fish.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting how it all pans out. Because these guys were kind of like mythical back in the old days.
Oh god, yeah.
And then, like, as time goes on, they just, like, show more and more of these guys. Now there's a whole family of them on the meat planet.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of like wild how they've gone from like, oh yeah, the ancient Oricans, whose empire was so gold and beautiful and wonderful, and then collapsed one day, and then we get more into like actually seeing and hearing about them and talking to some of them, and it's kind of like, oh, huh, yeah, maybe I can see why your golden palace like fucking collapsed in on itself, huh? What kind of meat is the planet made out of? Meat. Welcome to Deimos. You will notice I am on like rock here, and it's making like wet, meaty slapping sounds. And sometimes there's animals made of meat you can find here too.
Oh, the worm is watching.
Yeah, there's 2 big worms. And instead of like a day and night cycle, the way it works is one of the worms will come up and be dominant, and then its sibling worm will like regenerate and come back up and kill the other one, blowing it up violently until like chunks of its meat are everywhere. And then like it'll regenerate and then come back and shoot a beam at the other one. It's extremely fucking funny. Suddenly a big worm appears, yells, and shoots a beam that kills the other one. And then gets to live for an hour. So you can pick up, like, these chunks of the corpse of the other one. And then when the other one comes back to life, it'll shoot this guy. And there'll be other corpse bits everywhere. Sometimes the meat attacks you. And that's no good. I don't remember specifically where the fishing spots are in here.
They're like underground and shit.
There's some underground and there's some on the surface. Haven't done like a ton of fishing here, so I never remember specifically where to go.
I remember there was always a cave that I would go to. Maybe in here.
Fish cave.
The caves feel like they're better because, like, there's like a definite space that the fish can be in.
Mm-hmm. And all of the different items you get have, like, gross, meaty names to them, basically. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Oh, hang on. We got an animal there? Got him. Animal goes to bed. Perfect capture!
Damn, you caught a pear?
That is just straight up a pear, isn't it?
Well done. Another adorable bundle of mutated flesh plucked from the harsh face of Deimos and given a new carrying home.
Lots of fun meat you can find in here.
Welcome to our little menagerie. Outcasts, strays, and foundlings.
Be on the lookout for fish.
Ooh, yeah. Performance in this area is, like, real choppy, so I'm definitely gonna have to...
What is this thing?
Turn down the graphics if I ever want to stream this area more. So these are the fish. They're made of meat. And you can find them, you know, sort of floating around, and also inside of the exocrine here. Exocrine? Endocrine? I don't remember. I think it's specifically called the exocrine. Oh, I shot that with a gun by accident, instead of using my spear. Ooh, what'd you get?
A septic cryptolex.
I don't know.
I confess, I'm deeply fond of these obnoxious little pests.
You got a sewer beast.
Deimos isn't
Yeah, it
about
looks
to
like
run out
that.
of these anytime
Note,
soon.
can open closets.
Can get pregnant, should not be fed after midnight. Is fond of you, hates you so much. I love the little details that pop up when you get the animals. It's cute. It has no like bearing on anything. It's just fun to see. They have stuff kind of like that for like the lich systems. The lich systems are like sort of their take on the sort of things that the what is it, the Shadow of Mordor games have, where it's like you know, you get a guy that like suddenly becomes an advanced guy because you took him out in a certain way, and now he's like hounding you and following you around. The liches are kind of like that, but for like Corpus and Grineer enemies. And there's like whole systems like tied to them, but they can also have like a random personality. And for the most part, it doesn't have a lot of gameplay effects. Like there is some stuff where it's like, has a fear of dogs, so if you bring like a Kubro into a mission, they'll like try and stay away from it. Or like fear of children, so if you summon your wizard, they'll run away from it. That sort of thing. Then there's also stuff that seems to have like no bearing. Oh yeah, Kubros are dogs that lay eggs, by the way. Important note, I forgot. Not everyone knows about the dog eggs. And then sometimes they'll have like a personality thing that's just like, is hungry. And so sometimes they'll say dialogue about food, or like is afraid of like space or afraid of boats or something like that. And so when you do a mission where you try to hunt them down while they're on a boat, they'll just talk about how they hate being on it. You thought wizard was animal? No, it's a job.
Well, I'm glad these fish still go above the water.
It's funny that like most of them are just like above the water equivalent.
I never knew if that was intentional or not.
It is.
I guess it's gotta be at this point.
I'm like 90% sure it was intentional. Or at the very least they were just like, well, it's cool, so we'll leave it. And then like some of them will be in the goop here, which you can walk across, but your spear can go through it.
That's a decently big fish.
Fish! Thank you, Cleaver Bacon. For the 19 months. There was a couple subs that I missed that I forgot to shout out. That was from... Hang on just a sec. I'm just waiting for Streamlabs to refresh because it's decided it's going to refresh my dashboard. We had one from Cleaver Bacons for 19 months. We had one from Brackens for 6 months. We had one from Philo Robo for 13 months. We had one from No Escape VG for 11 months. I believe those were all the ones that I missed shouting out as they happened. Apologies for that. You know how it is with fishing, but thank you all very much for your subs. I appreciate that. Planet has made you...
some kind of bait.
Pardon?
I don't know what. I have some kind of bait for this.
Oh, that's the chunks of the dead worms. You can use those as fish bait, which is really funny. Is this game free? Yes, it is. It is a free-to-play game.
Ninjas play free.
Ninjas play free.
That's their stupid fucking tagline.
It's funny they keep using it because like they've largely like moved on from the whole this is a game about ninjas thing. Remember when this was about space ninjas? It still kind of is, but like it's also moved on in like different ways for the better, I would say.
Part of the founders package that got you Excalibur Prime, you also got a headband sent to your house that said Warframe, Ninjas play free.
Awesome. God, the registered losers thing is still so funny. Where they were talking about, having a whole bunch of registered users, and there was, like, a misspeak, as it is known to happen, I do that a lot, where I'll, like, stumble my words and say something else by accident. And so one of the, like, community folks, talking about this, I'm pretty sure it was on, like, a big stage, too, like a big, like one of the conferences or, like, conventions that they do. Was it Rebecca? I'm pretty sure that I think that's right. Rebecca Ford is, like, the community lead of Warframe. She's a very cool person. And also, live on stage, pretty sure she said, oh yeah, we have 27 million registered losers instead of users. It was at the Game Awards, okay. Very unfortunate, but also... in my opinion, very funny. I'm very happy to be a registered loser. And the good thing is, like, they do seem to have kind of rolled with that, and, like, been like, yeah, it was unfortunate, but still pretty funny. The next dev stream after that awards show, she wore a shirt that just said losers! That's really good! Yeah, one thing I do really like, Rebecca's a great community manager. She does a few solo FF14 streams and occasionally Warframe streams. Yeah, she does her own streams and they're really good. She, like, straight up has done some, like, really, really good Final Fantasy XIV cosplay. Her and, like, someone else on the community team did, they dressed up as, like, Gaia and Reen from the Eden raid series, and, like, I really liked that. That was really cool. But the devs tend to do, like, regular-ish, less so nowadays just because, like, COVID makes the logistics of it and also making a video game harder. But they tend to do, like, regular-ish, like, development streams where they talk about, you know, like, here's stuff we're working on, here's stuff that, like, is coming to, like, the game, eventually, stuff like that. And it's cool. It's a fun way to show off, like, upcoming stuff for a game.
Probably other places we have to go if we want to get all of the fish.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, definitely. There's, like, it depends on, like, the cycle of the worms that are up and, like, specific locations and whether or not there's hotspots. I'm not too fussed right now about getting all the fish unless I need specific ones for specific things. I just like fishing. One of the funniest things about Rebecca is they programmed an entire unique Lotus skin for Warframes just for her because she voices her. Yep! That's really charming. I like that. They also have, like, it's something they've been, like, prototyping / just, like, working on internally for fun, like a game mode where you can play as, the Stalker, which is, like, a dude that'll sometimes show up and, like, harass you, and you just kind of attack him with hammers. But, like, a mode where, like, you can play as the Stalker and, like, you know, go after people that way, which is really funny.
Are they still... Are they still working on that?
It's like... I'm not sure if it's ever going to be, like, an actual, like, thing that gets added to the game proper, but, like, they've worked on it enough, sort of, like, for their own purposes on their own end that, like, they can just kind of, like, boot it up and do it, which is funny.
Yeah, because I remember that was being shown off, like, years ago, like 4 years ago.
That's just kind of how it goes with, like, you know, a game like this where it's, like, it's a large sort of game, and you've got, like, a lot of people working on, like, different aspects of it. And, like, some of it is like, oh, here's, like, a little experimental thing I tried, and it's like, oh, this is neat. And then you need to, like, pivot your resources to, like, working on something else or something like that. Like, they showed off, a trailer for, like, an open world thing, the Duviri Paradox, that they wanted to release. And that's still, like, coming, they're still working on it. But they also just straight up released, like, Deimos before that, and Deimos only ever got, like, announced, like, after that, which is wild. I think, at least. They're better now about it, but often stuff teased on DevStream gets implemented, like, months, if not years later. I mean, yeah, but that's just kind of how it goes with, like, game development, and like, some of, like, I don't know, I can't, like, speak to, like, the specifics of, like, how they work and how that compares to, like, other game studios, but, like, that's just kind of the nature of, you know, being sort of transparent about, like, what you're working on, with your users, is that, like, if you say, oh yeah, here's a thing that we're working on or considering, people will immediately be like, oh, okay, so that's gotta come out, like, right away, right? Why is it not out right away? And then, meanwhile, you've got, like, a studio that doesn't sort of talk about that sort of thing, and then they'll just, like, put it out, and people will be like, oh yeah, this is this cool new thing you just added, and, like, you'll never know, like, how long they've been working on it or prototyping it or anything like that. And, like, I'm okay with waiting for shit to be added. I know, like, software dev and game dev takes time. I'm fine with that. I got other things I can do in the meantime in my life. I do kind of like them, you know, being open about just like, hey, this is a thing we're working on. Don't know when it'll be ready. I think that's neat, personally.
I'll forever be disappointed that back when Valve teased like their sci-fi game, because they had like a sci-fi game they were working on.
They did?
Yeah.
When was this?
This was probably like 6 years ago.
Oh jeez.
This is called like Stars of Barathrum. And really all they had was just kind of like development pictures. Or well, not, it was like concept work mostly. It's like, oh yeah, we're working on this sci-fi game. And it's like, all right, well that's cool. I want to hear more. And then, you know, years go by and it's like, oh yeah, that's old. I don't even know if it even began, but I don't even know why they showed it.
Yeah. That's something about like Valve's development process and sort of like how they I guess sort of like, you know, talk about that to yonder average gamer. That's, I don't think frustrated is the right word, but it's just kind of disappointed me where they've been like, oh yeah, here's this thing we're working on, it'll come out eventually, and then like literally never any other word about it again, just because like that's apparently part of their internal process. That's like, you know, they never outright say they'll cancel something just because there's a chance maybe they'll pick it up at some other point when they've stopped having all of their staff, you know, working on Half-Life Alyx or Dota 2 cosmetics or whatever. But it is just kind of like, oh, okay, well, I would honestly just prefer, like, if they told us, no, it's never coming, or no, it's probably not coming, sort of thing, so I could set my own goddamn expectations. I'm okay with waiting for something as long as I know, hey, it's still coming, even if it's going to take some time. And I'm also okay with something getting cancelled. I just like to know. Ish. But yeah, it was fucking wild seeing a lot of people just like over the past year or two, like being like, oh my god, I can't believe like there's a quote-unquote content drought in like, you know, this game or like basically any sort of live service game. And it's like, I don't know, man, like you gotta understand that people are like trying to like do all this stuff working from home instead of like working in like an actual office, and like that's got all sorts of different like problems. I feel like you gotta understand, like, stuff's just gonna be slower in that regard, right? But some people just genuinely don't know anything about how the sausage is made and don't care how to know. Or don't care to know,
what the fuck is going on with this game? I just caught a fish by doing nothing.
Free fish! I think the people behind Firewatch worked on Alyx. Yeah, isn't that, it was Campo Santo, right? That was the studio that they sort of, like, bought / folded into themselves or something like that, and like they were working on something else before that, and then Valve was like, hey, you can like join us and we'll give you like funding and stuff, and then like the thing they were working on just like we haven't heard anything about it in a while, and I'm like kind of sad about that. I'm assuming it's not coming anymore, but like it sounded Valley of the Gods, that's what it was called. It seemed like a neat idea for a game.
What was that?
Valley of the Gods.
I probably like if you showed me a trailer that they played somewhere, I probably know what it is.
It was like it seemed like it would be sort of like an adventure game about like exploring like ancient like tombs and like old like historical sites and stuff like that. I would probably just have to like link you to a trailer or something.
Like, I can see it in my head, but I'm just wondering, like, were there 2 games that were like that? I just caught another fish doing nothing.
Are you getting fish whenever I catch them somehow? Do we have like a spirit fish link?
I don't know, because that
Sewer Beast is hurting me. Bro, go to bed.
Because it doesn't happen every time.
Weird.
Bad capture. Lump of ganglions for this little one.
All right, this one's muscular.
Contaminated, but not unworthy of affection.
When you co-op in an open world area, you see every time someone catches a fish. I have never had that. Like, other people here have been catching their own fish, and I haven't seen theirs. I've just been seeing my own. Interesting. Oh, there's another thing over here that looks like it's gotten, knocked out. There's like a mechanic here in, oh, did it just despawn? That's too bad. There's a mechanic here in Deimos where, like, you can find, they're called Predicites and Vulpophilas. They're basically just meat dogs and meat cats? Meat foxes? Something like that. And, like, you can capture them like normal wildlife, but also, if they, like, get attacked by the infested here, they'll get, like, weakened, and if you go and rescue them, they will, like, you can, like, then put points into them and, like, turn them into an actual companion. Aren't dogs and foxes normally made of meat? You understand so little. You understand so little about the meat. And I pray you never have to understand.
Annihilate that life form. Obliterate any morsel of data we might have gleaned from it.
Bro, I'm sorry. That dude was, like, trying to tear my face off. What did you want from me? I heard of the game Heaven's Vault. It's funny you mentioned that, because I was literally thinking about Valley of the Gods and getting it confused with that game, but I could not remember what it was called. I do really want to play that and stream that someday. I'm pretty sure I own it. I'm pretty sure I own it. It is a very, very cool looking game that seems very much up my alley. Just haven't gotten around to it yet. You know how it is with games. Or, like, anything. Haven't played Warframe in a year or two. It's weird to see how things have both changed and stayed the same. I feel like they've got a solid enough foundation that, like, you know, they can keep, you know, the sort of, like, baseline stuff about the game, and then, you know, still build off of it in, like, new interesting ways. That's something I always liked about Warframe, is it's a game that I tend to pick up, like, in waves. I'll play, like, a bunch of it and then, like, put it down for, like, a couple of months or something, come back to it a while later, stuff like that. And I feel like every time I, like, come back to it, there's, like, at least some sort of new thing that's like, oh, huh, I didn't know about this, this is cool, I gotta check this out. Which is, I guess, part of the advantage of, like, you know, taking your time with playing a game is that, you know, you can, it's all well and good to try and, like, rush through something if that's, like, what you're interested in. I'm not interested in that personally. I like, you know, dabbling with something and then putting it away for a while, coming back to it and realizing, oh, huh, there's plenty of stuff I can check out, or there's, like, something new that got added.
I like getting fucking nothing done.
Show me the fish, show me the fish. Have I fed the meat orb in my boat lately? I have not, because I haven't unlocked the ability to do that yet. I know about it. I want to get it. It seems fun.
I don't even know how to unlock it.
You get to rank 3 in Deimos, and then you can just buy it from Sun.
Why do I have to buy it? It's in my house.
Because he's specifically giving you the ability to make it hungrier.
The fuck?
Thank you, Coffee Beans, for that 2-month resub. I appreciate that. It is kind of funny from that perspective that, yeah, you have to buy an upgrade to let you talk to your house meat. Also, you can name it, which is funny. I don't know what to name mine. Probably house meat. Or boat meat. Maybe just meat.
Birder.
Hamburster.
Booster face.
Oh god, Booster Face would be a good name for that. I think Warframe falls into the classic MMO trap of you've seen a bunch of pictures and I'm still not sure if there are even classes because every character looks the same to you having never played it. There are classes in the sense that, like, there are different, like, Warframes you can play and each Warframe has different abilities and plays in a generally different way. It's less sort of, oh, you have X class, which means you have to play in X or Y way, and more just, like, there are different options for, like, different abilities and you can, like, you know, build around them to your choosing. But yeah, it's not just every dude is the same and does the same thing. I feel like if it was, I probably wouldn't have been as interested in it as I am. I like the variety of it. I like that you can do all kinds of different things.
Have you played Dead Cells?
Oh, I fucking love Dead Cells.
I've been playing Dead Cells recently.
Nice.
But it's fucked up because it doesn't show up on my recently played for Steam.
Why?
It just doesn't work. So I have to, like, go into my library to play it.
This game is meat.
Huh.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Robin Crumb, for the 20-month resub. This game's got a lot of meat. This is a game about, meat and robots and meat robots.
But yeah, it's pretty fun. But right now it feels like progress is random. Yeah,
that's kind of how I felt a lot about Dead Cells, was I just kind of, like, slammed my head against, zero boss soul mode for a while, and I was like, oh, this is kind of tough, but I'm having a good time with it learning it. And then I beat, like, the final boss for the first time, or I guess, you know, the first final boss, as it were, which is a hell of a sentence to say. And then I was like, oh yeah, nice, I've unlocked, like, the harder mode. And then immediately got my ass kind of kicked in that really bad and was like, oh, huh, okay, I see. It's like a whole new ballpark now.
I don't even know what a boss soul is.
So once you get to, like, the end of the game, then it goes like, hey, congrats on beating the game. You've unlocked boss soul 1, now you can replay the game, and it's harder. And there's, like, other new things you can do that you couldn't do before, and it's like a difficulty modifier that, like, also opens up, like, new areas and endings, I think.
Okay, so what you're saying is, because, like, there's that thing that you can get where it augments you, but you can't get boss souls or whatever. And so until I can get to the final boss, I should just keep doing that so I can unlock more stuff.
I think that's probably a good idea. They added that, like, a while after I, like, took a break from it, but, like... So, like, what does that do exactly?
It just gives you, like, a special feature, but you can't unlock boss souls. And
okay.
it's per run that you choose to, like, get this feature, and you can't unlock a boss soul on that run.
And yeah, in that case, I say, like, just keep fucking doing that until, like, you've been able to get to the final boss, and then once you feel confident in, like, being able to try and do that again, try flipping it off.
Yeah, because, like, I figure there's probably still, like, abilities that I haven't gotten.
Oh, there are, like, a ridiculous amount of abilities, and, like, some of them can only get unlocked by, like, going to certain areas, and unlocking certain areas has, like, different conditions that involve, like, your progress in the game and stuff like that. It's kind of wild.
See, what's fucked up is that, like, there's some of these ones that they just give them to you randomly. Like, the ground pound. The ground pound, I was always wanting the ground pound.
Yeah.
And then it just showed up. And I guess you can miss it if it spawned, but you didn't see it because it's not, like, required to proceed through that level.
Oops.
It seems to just appear.
I think it's a neat game, but, like, in some ways it can be a little rude, and it is also very much, like, designed around the idea that, yeah, you're going to be, like, trying to play through this game, like, multiple times. It's built around being replayable, whether that's, you know, for better or for worse. I think it's generally for better. But,
yeah, it's mostly good. I just want to unlock the abilities is all.
Yeah. I think that's probably, a good idea of how to tackle it and give yourself more options. I, meanwhile, just, like, found, the giant fucking hammer and, like, the ice blast, like, right at the start, and I was just kind of like, oh, okay, well, I have the weapons I want, so I'm just going to use those forever if I can help it. Are there X-Packs and stuff you need to pick up for this? Do you mean for Warframe or for Dead Cells? For Warframe, no, it's all just the one game. All of the updates they add are free and folded into the game as regular updates. There's, like, story quests you can do, and you don't need to, like, get anything else to experience them, just, you know, go through the game, engage with its systems, level some stuff up, that sort of stuff. Dead Cells has a bunch of expansions that add a bunch of different stuff, but, like, as far as I can tell, all of the expansions for Dead Cells are very good, so... Warframe doesn't lock content behind paywalls, just cosmetics. Yeah. And also, like, convenience, I would argue, but, like, it's not, like, convenience for something that's miserable, it's just convenience for something you would have to wait a bit for. And, like, you know, gear slots, but you can get those by just, like, you know, trading with other players and doing the in-game battle pass thing, which is also free, and built in such a way to very much discourage or eliminate FOMO nonsense, which I'm very happy about. I gotta hit this guy with a hammer. There we go. Warframe is a very large game that seems kind of intimidating at first, because it is. I don't know why I said seems there, it just kind of is intimidating at the start, but I will always very much appreciate how it is built in a way where even if it is, you know, a free-to-play game where some stuff involves, like, waiting for things to finish, it seems very much built to, like, respect your time as a player. And, like, even in a lot of ways, they've updated a lot of stuff that was, like, very grindy in the past.
Oh, shit, 14.
Because they made
That's
it, you know,
such a
like,
big
mandatory
number.
for story stuff, and so they made it much less of a grind to do, which is kind of awesome. And then, like, for people that already did it, they were like, oh, okay, well, you just get, like, a refund on, like, some of the goods, what you put into this, so, like, you get, like, a bunch of credits and, like, gear back and stuff like that, which is neat. Thank you, Skell Elephant, for the 14-month resub. I appreciate that. Thanks for sticking around for that long. How intuitive will it be as a Final Fantasy XIV gamer? I mean, it's a completely different game. So I'm not really sure how to answer that, even as someone who plays both. I'm getting attacked by little sewer animals right now.
I'm surprised.
I'm never really sure how to answer questions like that, where it's like, oh, I like X thing, so what do I think about Y that's, like, largely completely different? It's like... apples and oranges, but at least apples and oranges are both fruit.
You'll just despise it.
Very well done.
Hey, Warframe! Tonight's the night I get my revenge on you. I'm gonna build you a trick. You'll fucking hate it.
Of course, what we all thought were warts.
Holly, I'm a big fan of Bart the General. What will I think of Warframe?
On the Lotus, don't get on my bad side, mate. I'll fucking kill you.
You understand Deimos like few others, Hunter. I sense we are alike in that.
There are some very good rats in Warframe. There's these little sewer animals that keep biting me. In Fortuna, there are pobbers, which are very cute little guys that you shoot with a tranquilizer gun to save them from getting killed. There's also little rat type of things in Cetus as well. There's actually quite a few good rats you can find. You're a big fan of My Friend Peppa Pig. Do you think you would like Minecraft? I mean, they both have bright colors, and children seem to enjoy both of them. So I'd say it's maybe worth a shot. How intuitive is Warframe if you love Notepad? I mean, I crack open Notepad every time I play this video game. Just to keep track of, like, parts what I have, so... Good news for fans of Notepad. Your experience may come in handy. Look, it's more sewer beasts. God, this fucking screen shake is so funny!
Well done. for bringing it in alive.
There's just like these tiny little bugs biting at Mist Heart's heels, and like they're hitting with the force of like a truck impacting with a
A
wall.
little miracle of digestion. The stuff these critters secrete can burn through a Lisette's hull. I hope you handled it carefully. Grandmother used to squeeze the juice out of these to burn off warts. Of course, what we all thought were warts turned out to be something a bit worse.
Warframe is a fun game if you like math and percentages. I mean, it genuinely is if that's like a thing and a way you want to engage with it. Like the modding system does reward, you know, like looking at the different like damage systems and multipliers and trying to like stack them and you know, add them in with each other in interesting ways.
Deimos isn't about to run out of these anytime soon.
More sewer beasts, by the way.
Better clean it up. It's crawling with spores. But then, which of us isn't? I've got a nice clump of ganglions for this little one.
Bro, I love ganglions.
This one's an adult.
I didn't know these things just live in caves. I guess I haven't really been in the caves very much.
I hope you immersed
on
yourself in
Deimos.
the pleasure of the hunt.
They don't
It's
even
the
live
chief
here. They
reward.
come into the caves to fight you.
Naturally, you will be paid too.
Much like everything in this world.
Mm-hmm. Warframe combat's fun enough that when you get bored of the game, you can spend a couple weeks off and come back with the game feeling fresh and fun. That's the big thing about Warframe, is that, you know, because it is a free-to-play game, I feel like the best way of like, oh, am I gonna like this, is just telling people you should probably just download it and try it yourself. Because, like, if you like the core gameplay of Warframe, the reward for engaging with the core gameplay is more and newer and more interesting ways of engaging with the core gameplay. So, like, you know, if you're not really clicking with it, it's probably not worth, like, you know, the time investment. But if you're really enjoying, you know, just like the cool movement stuff you can do, and like it's one of the like more solid like third-person shooters I've played, which makes sense given how the pedigree of the devs is they worked on some of the earlier Unreal tournaments, among other things.
For you, the agreed sum.
And so, like, it feels like a very good shooter. You've got a lot of really solid movement stuff in it. You've got a variety of different, like, characters with different powers you can play as.
You're ours now.
So I think there's, like, a lot here that's worth, like, you know, looking at and trying out for yourself. And, like, if you're not really interested in that, then, like, you know, you're probably just not interested in the game, and that's fine. It's a free game. You got to try it for free. You didn't like it? It's okay, that's how games go sometimes. But, like, if you do, like, pick the game up and you try it out for yourself and you enjoy, like, the core systems of it and you're like, damn, yeah, this is pretty fun. Just, you know that playing the game more and engaging with the game more means that, like, you unlock more ways and also very interesting, different, like, ways to engage with, like, the gameplay of it. Like, you've, like, you know, you just start off in, like, normal missions. Like, you've got, is Dark Sector still considered canon to Warframe? Yes, but only in a joking way, so no. Which means that yes, in the most important way. What was I saying? Oh yeah, like, you know, you can start off with just, like, you have, yonder average guy who, can make a big sword and also, like, do a blind on people, and then you've got, like, an assault rifle or a bow, and a pistol, and, like, you know, a melee weapon, and that seems like a simple enough start, and then you get into, like, more wacky stuff later on. Like, you get a dude whose power is to eat people and then turn into a meatball. You get a dude whose power is to, like, steal ghost guns from people, and then, like, turn all those people into, like, your thralls, and then explode so that you're just a skeleton running around. You get, this character I've got here, whose whole power is that, like, you know, you put glass around yourself, and then put glass around enemies, and then you're invulnerable, and they're all made of glass, and then you blow them up. You get a dude whose power is that you turn invisible forever, and then you make everyone drop all of their weapons and hate each other forever. You get a dude who screams! You get a cat woman who screams! You get the ability to take people's abilities and put them on other people, so you can get this dude who then make him do 2 screams at once! You get a spaceship! You get a mech! You get a wizard! Your wizard can shoot beams! Your wizard can have wizard abilities! The wizard abilities can feed into the abilities you do as your Warframe! You can blow up fish with a gun that shoots exploding glass slugs. There's a lot of cool stuff in this game. And, like, it's a big game, so, like, it's intimidating at first, because there's a lot, like, all in this game, and you're like, well, what do I fucking start with? What do I do? And stuff like that. You can summon a giant fucking minigun. There's, like, a lot of cool shit you can do, and, like, playing the game and, like, you know, investing more time. And it is a time investment, because it's one of them sorts of games, and maybe that's not your jam, and that's okay. There are other games out there. But, like, you know, it's a time investment sort of game, and, like, what you get on your time investment is more ways to engage with the game. And that's really cool. I like that a lot. It's like, I think that's part of the reason why, something like Destiny never really clicked as much with me. Like, I really liked Destiny for, like, the story, and I really liked Destiny because it was a cool thing I could do with friends, but, like, the reward for doing more stuff in Destiny is essentially just, it's now easier for you to do all the stuff in Destiny. And, like, Warframe is, the reward is you get more things in the game that you can check out, which is neat. And, you know, they're different games designed around, like, different sort of guiding principles, I suppose, and, like, you know, they're made for different people. I have several friends who played both of these, and they prefer Destiny to Warframe, and, like, that doesn't mean either of us is wrong, it's just different. I don't remember what the original point I was trying to make with this rant was.
Alright. In the story, don't play Arcwing missions.
Oh, yeah. Arcwing is a cool idea, but the individual Arcwing missions are a little bit bobo, unfortunately. You gotta do some Archwing stuff to, like, get through the game, and Arcwing as a mechanic becomes a lot more fun when you're doing the Railjack missions. Don't worry too much about specifically just Arcwing missions. Predict Holly will play Driller in Deep Rock Galactic. It's funny you say that. Driller is literally the one Deep Rock class I haven't tried yet. The first one I went for was Engineer, and I fucking loved it. Then I went to Scout, which I mostly played solo and thought was okay solo, but it's probably more fun with other players. And then I played Gunner, and I thought it was great, and I haven't tried Driller yet. They've been planning an Arcwing re-ramp for a while. Yeah, they did a little bit to, like, lessen some of the pain points. And I think folding it into, like, you know, like a movement option for the open worlds and also a thing to do in Railjack missions has made it a lot more of an interesting mechanic. But I do think it does need, like, a little bit more work, sort of, like, overall. But, you know, it's a matter of, like, what's their priority? And for, like, a long time, their priority has been, like, you know, getting out, like, an open world area and making sure it's, like, stable and has fun things to do in it. Or, like, getting out, like, the next big story quest, which came out last month. Stuff like that. And so, like, you know, that's just kind of the nature of, like, stuff like this, is because of your priorities, some stuff falls a little bit to the wayside. You can also get a skateboard and do Tony Hawk tricks? Yes, you can. Check this out. Awesome. There's an entire syndicate where you ranking up with them is dependent on you doing cool tricks. And your reward for doing that is you get new types of hoverboards and, like, mods for your hoverboards that let you do even more ridiculous tricks. And also stuff like, you know, if you do tricks on a board, you get, like, your Warframe energy back, stuff like that. There's a lot of cool stuff. And, like, the hoverboards only really work on, like, the open worlds. But there's still, like, a decent, like, bit of fun stuff you can do with them. And also there's, like, racetracks that you can find in the open worlds and do. They've talked about revisiting content from time to time, and they basically went, we want to rework old content, but it doesn't really make us money, so we also have to release new stuff. Yeah, that tracks. That's kind of what the Final Fantasy XIV team has been talking about for ages as well, where they want to rework a bunch of the new stuff, or not the new stuff, a bunch of the old stuff, because there's still, like, quite a few pain points for, like, new players, or, like, pain points for, like, players that have already gone through all of FF14.
Kick flips the hoverboard. Meowdigam crashes hoverboard.
And also, my friend Duke just crashed his fucking hoverboard, and he's in pain. Thank you for the 21-month resub, dude. I hope you're doing well. Anyways, like, and, like, yeah, they're like, well, we want to, like, you know, go back and, like, change some of that someday, so that it's, you know, a bit less of a drudge to go through. But, like, at the end of the day, they have to worry about making money so that they can, like, you know, keep making the video game, because Square Enix isn't just gonna go, oh, well, you've made us money in the past, so we'll just give you money forever, it doesn't matter anymore, because they're a business and they want profit. And, like, you know, you can rightfully argue about how that fucking sucks, and I would agree, but it's just the way it is right now. And so they gotta, like, focus on, like, working on, like, you know, new stuff to attract new players, and also, you know, new stuff to keep the current player base, that sort of stuff. So it makes sense that that also applies to Warframe. But, like, I don't know. A lot of people just don't pay attention to that sort of stuff for whatever reason, and it makes me a bit sad. Thank you, Metasaur, for that 4-month resub. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts about, game development and software development, and I feel like having some background in, like, software dev, as well as, you know, like, knowing a lot of people who do I just said do, get her ass, that do, like, software dev and game dev, and also, like, you know, follow a bunch of people that talk about that sort of stuff online, because that stuff is interesting to me. I like hearing about it, and then there's just a lot of people who, like, don't...
This doesn't look like fishing.
Oh, it is fishing, don't worry. There are fish here. See? I'm gonna get one for you. This fish is for you, Tabaxi. Thank you for the 7-month resub. What was I fucking saying? I forgot. Oh,
something
right.
about video game.
Yeah,
making.
like, I think it's neat, like, paying attention to that sort of thing, and, like, learning about how things are made, and learning about, like, you know, what the people who make these things go through, because they're things made by people, for people, and, like... I don't know, I'm not saying it's wrong for, like, someone else to, like, care more about the product itself than to care about, like, you know, the hows and whys and whos of how a game is made. Like, I don't want to imply that, but, like, man, it makes me kind of sad that there are so many people that, like, actively don't care and don't want to know about, like, how this stuff works, I suppose. I feel like it gives you, like, a better understanding of, like, how and why devs make the decisions they do for, like, changing, like, a lot of their games. Business wants to make a profitable product, but the artist wants to make something ambitious. Yeah, God, yeah. I feel like Warframe, for the most part, like, gets to strike a good balance of that. Like, they've done a lot of stuff that feels very ambitious for the type of video game like this is and that they want to make. And, you know, like, sometimes it launches in, like, kind of a weird state, and it needs some, like, balance passes, and sometimes it launches and it's, like, buggy, because that's how software development works, and it's especially hard, I imagine, you know, when everyone is trying to work remote to get things together, and so, like, you know, eventually stuff gets, like, modified so that it works a lot better in a lot of ways, and it's great. And because of, like, you know, the support of the people playing the game, they're able to do more stuff like that, which is neat. I feel like a lot of the times oh, that's a health orb. I was wondering what this weird pulsing shit was. I feel like a lot of the times when I get off on, like, a tangent about stuff like this, I, like, feel like I have, like, one conclusive point that I, like, want to try and make, and then by the time I've gotten to the end, I've forgotten what that was. I think I've said basically everything I wanted to say, though, so that's okay. Deimos to You is a really impressive update because they added so much really well done all while working from home. God, yeah! The fact that, like, they were able to do this and, like, release it, like, largely, you know, while in the midst of, like, you know, trying to get set up to work from home, like, kind of baffles me in a good way. I think it's awesome.
All I really think about is, like, how do you download the assets from your repo all the time?
Oh god, yeah. it's been interesting, like, hearing some of them talk about, like, sometimes, Steve, who is the, I don't remember his official title, but he's effectively sort of like the lead guy and also like the technical lead for a lot of stuff on this game. And he'll do like streams when a huge update is about to launch, where, you know, he'll talk about like stuff about what's coming and like updates on how the server's doing when they're pushing out the update. And hearing him talk about like you know, their tech setup for stuff like that and how they will push stuff to sort of like the master launch server and then push all that out to all the players is neat. Also, hello, on the forefront. Hope you're doing well. I thought it'd be fun to mess around a bit in Warframe because I needed an excuse to do sort of like a stress test stream to see how well the game would perform while streaming it, because I think it would be fun every now and then to like do, you know, streams of this where I get viewers in and like we do missions or whatever. And so, you know, I gotta crank the graphics down a little bit because when I play on my own time this is fine, but the FPS is a little bit stuttery here and like in combat. But yeah, it runs well, my computer's not dying. So I gotta turn the visuals down a bit and we're golden. That's cool. He's the creative director. Okay, thank you. One thing I do really like is just how, for a lot of stuff, the development team is fairly open about, like, you know, their process and, like, how they make things in this game, and I like hearing about that sort of stuff. They've scaled some of it back just because, the whole working from home stuff has been hard in that regard, and they've scaled some stuff back because, unfortunately, some of the fan base has been, like, really vitriolic and shitty about some things, and so, like, some people have just been like, oh, okay, then I don't want to talk to you guys about this then if you're going to be like this, which is sad, but fair. But it's still neat to hear them talk about stuff. This is a game you've wanted to try forever, but never found the motivation to get started. If it means anything to you, I am thinking of starting an in-game clan. Because the one I'm in right now is kind of dead, and I don't know if anyone else in it is ever going to play again. So I've just been, like, you know, doing the last couple upgrades they never did, so that in case anyone there, like, ever does decide to play again, they can have that ready, and then I'm gonna set up a clan, I think. I was talking about that a bit during the GDQ hosting this week. I thought it'd be a fun thing to do. Like a, you know, a place for folks to congregate if they want to play, not like a sort of, oh, like we all have to get together and do X thing at Y time, just because, like, I don't think this is the kind of game where you get anything out of it by doing that, but, like, I think it would be fun for people that want to do, like, pick up and play sort of stuff.
But man, doing all the clan research from scratch, that's a...
Ooh, yeah.
That's a playing a challenge, for sure.
Mm-hmm. I know when I talked about this a couple times, there were a bunch of people here who, like, are also longtime players, and are also significantly richer in in-game resources than me, who have said, like, yeah, I'd be fine with pitching for that to help out new players and stuff, which is good, because I would also pitch in resource-wise, but I have, like, no fucking credits. I have, like, no fucking money. So, I could do everything that isn't that. But yeah, I think it would be fun to do, so I'm looking more into it. The main thing that stopped me from just, like, doing it right away is, I like naming things, and I have a hard time naming things, and I was trying to think of, like, a decent clan name that wasn't just like, oh, Hollowtone Stream Clan, because that doesn't sound like a very interesting clan name to me. So I think about it some more, and then I'll do something. And then I'll probably make, like, some announcement somewheres, and then folks can join in on that if they want. I think it would be fun. Mostly join clans to get the clan-exclusive weapons, but would then stop playing for long stretches of time. Yeah, a lot of folks do that, and I'm like, I would be okay with that if, like, people engaging with, like, my clan would just be like, oh yeah, I joined because I watch your streams, and then I just, like, bummed off of it to get, like, the research stuff, and then, you know, stop playing for a while. Like, that's okay. That's how I play this game. Is I, like, pick it up for, like, you know, a little while, and then put it down for, like, a month or a couple, and then come back to it. That's fine. You don't have to commit to playing this video game forever, or for, like, any amount of time. You can join if you only want to play for a bit and try it out. You can join if you think you're going to be playing for a long time. I just think it would be a fun thing to do for folks. Did Automod get mad about the word chump? Chump?
Damn.
Just, my god.
It's going after us skaters now.
This is obscene. I can't believe this. Does the game do region lock communities like FF14 data centers? I think the only thing it does like that is that, like, the China server is, like, separate from the rest of the world. I think that's, like, the one sort of separation like that, and that was largely just because of, like, I think legal reasons or something along those lines. But I'm pretty sure that, like, anyone can play with anyone. I'm pretty sure I've played with, like, friends in the UK before. It's all, like... It's pretty much largely peer-to-peer. So, like, a lot of stuff will be, like, you connecting to, like, other players and having that sort of thing going on, rather than it being, like, like straight-up servers, like a bigger scale open world, or I guess live world MMO, like a Final Fantasy XIV sort of thing. But yeah, I like talking about this game, and so, you know, if folks ever have, like, any fucking questions about it or whatever, as long as I'm, like, around to, like, field the questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. I'm not, like, an expert, but, you know, I've played this game for a decent amount of time. I've, like, listened to folks who have played for longer and know more than me talk about it as well, so I know a thing or two.
Yeah, the rules are, if you want to start a service game in China, you need to partner with a Chinese company, and the Chinese company needs to distribute it.
Oh, huh. Wild.
So, like, Dota 2 in China is a Perfect World thing. Warframe in China has a separate client. Path of Exile in China has a separate client, and they tend to have separate updates as well.
Interesting. I didn't know the specific reasons behind it. I just knew there was some sort of reason like that, which is interesting. Fish.
If I recall, China got Excalibur Umbra, like...
Oh yeah, early.
Before that quest came out.
Right, yeah, and it, like, wasn't tied to, Right, it had no quest when it first launched there. It was just, like, they get the frame, and, like, a unique cosmetic for it that I think has never been released outside of China, which is wild. And there were, like, a couple of weapons, that were also exclusive there. Oh, there's also Excalibur Umbra Prime, yeah, which is also China exclusive, which is wild. There was also, like, a couple weapons that were only in the Chinese client for a while and then got brought, here. Like, there was, like, a variant of one of the grenade launchers, there was a unique staff, some stuff like that, and, like, eventually it got brought over to the global client. Which is neat. Yeah, I don't know what Umbra Prime has going for it, like, you know, numbers-wise. I just know it exists, which is kind of funny. What time is it? It's like 4 o'clock-ish? I think it's about time to wrap up. Did some good fishing today. Thank you to my brave fishers for joining me.
Toward the end here, I've just been mining.
Hell yeah. That's fishing too. Fishing for rocks.
Fishing for gold in these here parts.
I would do more mining if my mouse wasn't on the way out, but thank you all very much for helping me meet that that tip goal. I don't normally set stuff like that, just because I don't like setting the expectation of, oh, I have to make this much money in one stream. I always felt kind of weird about that, but, like, you know, I've always just kind of told myself if I had a specific goal for a reason, I would set it, and so I figured I might set one today for helping myself get a new mouse, and so thank y'all very much for... I was expecting that might take a couple of days, but I suppose meeting it today is also fine, so I'm going to order that after stream, and hopefully that can show up soon.
You have one in mind?
Not exactly. I might get, like, a Logitech one, but I'm also open to hearing other suggestions if you got any.
Well, I know Freya's been big up on that Steel Series thing.
Ooh. I'll probably have to ask her then. Am I going to get a Super Gamer mouse? Probably not Super Gamer, but I just typed in a bunch of D's. Probably some sort of along those lines, just because like my current one is like a quote-unquote gamer-branded mouse, and it's got like buttons on the side that I use for Warframe, so I want something like that. But yeah, thank you to Log and to Mist Heart, and earlier to my friend Serpy for joining for fishing.
Thanks for bringing me in, Holly. I've collected more resources than I ever would do ever in my life.
And now you have everything you need to put together one kit gun.
I can create a like a fish bibimbap on a hot stone plate.
Oh, thank God, the good stuff. I'm waiting for my cat to come out of this little area so I can pet it. Check this out. You can pet the kitty. Kitty loves it. There are other kitty petting animations. I can't show it off yet because I haven't unlocked it, but when you unlock the... Oh, wait, no, I can just enter the PogChamp room. Okay. Why am I able to enter that now? Oh, because I've got a fucking wart on my neck. That's why. This is a new frame. But yeah, sometimes the cat will come and dance inside of the PogChamp's mouth. And also, it'll do like kissy face to your kitty, which is very cute. So this is the meat room. It's full of meat.
Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
This is a vital component of your boat. This is what keeps it running. It's necessary. It's necessary. There are fish in here too, and that's awesome. There's a big mouth, and eventually you unlock the ability to feed the big mouth. And you can do stuff based on that. It's cool. You don't gotta worry about it, though. Unless you want to.
Big mouth.
Maybe I should name it YTP Sexer.
Not a bad idea.
Alright, I think I am going to dip from the call now and start wrapping up, so thank you very much, Log, for
I was going to get out of here anyway. See ya.
Bye! That was fun. I think maybe before I wrap up I can, like, show off, you know, what some of the frames is. Just because there's a bunch in this game and some people might be new and they might not know stuff about it. But, like, you know, there's lots of stuff you can choose from. Like, I'm Gara right now, who's, like, a warrior themed around glass. What can, like, you know, make big walls of glass around herself and teammates and encase enemies in glass. There's Ash, who's, like, probably the more ninja-y of any of the ninja dudes in this game, who can, like, you know, throw shurikens and teleport around and use shadow clones to, like, stab people. Atlas is a huge rock dude who loves punching. Chroma is a dragon. I'm looking at some of these, like, skins and color schemes that I've made, and I'm just thinking, like, man, I gotta change this now. This doesn't look as good as I wanted it to. I gotta change this now. I'm always very finicky about that. I change the way my frames look every couple of weeks, it feels like. Chroma's a big dude, who has, like, element powers and is a dragon hunter and has a dragon that he wears on his back. Ember Prime is fire-hotted woman who can set stuff exploding. Excalibur has a cool sword. Is a very straightforward frame in that regard. You got a big sword, you can run around and dash with it and do stuff like that. Blind people. Excalibur Umbra is specifically, they took normal Excalibur and they made him into a dad.
I just wanted you all to know that I just kissed my lovely rat skipper.
That's fucking awesome. Thank you, Vesperhund, for that 4-month resub. I appreciate it. Frost is dude of the cold. Dude who freezes stuff. Frost is in a bit of a weird spot, gameplay-wise, just because, like, he's one of the older frames, and, like, a lot of the ways that his skills are built is, like, if you want to make him good at the stuff that he's good at, it's kind of hard to make him good, or at least decent at, like, all of it at once, but, like, I always have a fondness for him. He looks cool. He has giant fucking knees, and that's awesome. There's Limbo. Limbo is a fancy man who has the power of different dimensions. He wears a funny hat. And you can send people into and out of the rift, which is basically just like you make a big bubble that's like a pocket dimension that makes them, it gives different effects on like enemies and allies and stuff. Generally, it makes your allies better and makes enemies worse. Loki is a funny man of stealth who can go invisible and make everyone drop their weapons forever, and also make them mad at each other, and also do teleports. Mag is one of the starting frames. Here I gave her this giant cape for some reason. I'm looking at this armor and I'm just like, man, I gotta change the way this looks. Mag is cool. You have the power of magnets. You can trap people in a big magnet bubble so that bullets are always homing in on them. You can turn people's shields into your teammates' shields. You can turn your enemies' bones into magnets and crush them. This is Mesa Prime. This is the one that all my lesbian friends like. She's a cowgirl. And she has the power to do magical gun kata, where she summons 2 cool pistols and just does constant poses when she's attacking people with them. Mirage Prime is like a funny clown who can make a disco ball, and also can make, like, duplicates of herself that shoot, like, your weapons alongside with you, which makes her very strong at guns. Necros is a funny meat dude who can make, like, can turn corpses into your allies, and can also turn corpses into more prizes, and can also scare people away because he's a scary dude. And I made bats come out of him because I thought that would be funny. Neja is fast and very tanky, and also has a lot of like teammate like buffing abilities. I'm not super like I don't like super know like Neja's kit very well because I haven't played him very much, but he's cool. He's neat. He's slippery and fun, and hard to take down. Oberon is a funny goat boy who can plant some flowers and then give everyone regen and extra armor, and then can just shoot people with radiation and slam them on the ground. Octavia is our funny music woman. Her powers are all around music. She can make, like, music come out of her that buffs teammates. She can make, like, a damage area that gets amplified by all the sound happening in there. Stuff like that. She has a lot of really cool, like, buffing and crowd control stuff, which makes her really strong. She is not White Lucio! And that's the evilest message I've seen in chat today. Every now and then I think about White Lucio and I break out in hives. This is Saren. She's like a femme fatale that has poison, and her whole thing is like spreading poison and plagues, that if they kill people, it spreads to more people, and if they don't kill them outright, it just like weakens them even more. Trinity has a lot of like healing and like shield restoring and energy restoring powers. In my opinion, like, her abilities are, like, a little bit outclassed by, like, what other sort of support type of Warframes can do nowadays, but, like, it's less that her kit is bad, and more that just there are a lot of other options that have much more interesting kits, but, like, I don't know, her stuff is still pretty cool. Also, she is a neat design. Volt Prime, your electric man, he can go fast, he can shoot lightning at people, and he can make like a giant lightning riot shield that he can carry around and that also he can shoot through. This is Zephyr. Zephyr is a bird. She can fly real high with her jetpack on. And with her pistols out, she's one tough Warframe. Nova, I'm not really sure how to explain sort of like the thematic connection for Nova's abilities other than like, well, that's antimatter. Well, what does that entail? Oh, you know. Also, hey, Weaker, hope you're doing well today. But, like, you can do a lot of stuff, like, you can prime enemies with antimatter to make them violently erupt when you take them out. You can, like, put little, like, orbiting spheres around you that, like, give you damage reduction. You can make portals that you can jump through, which is awesome. Basically, you can turn things in the map, into, like, nuclear meltdowns, and that's kind of awesome. This is Wukong. Wukong the Monkey King. You know him from the Ancient Legends Wukong. It's literally just Sun Wukong the Monkey King, and that's awesome. He gets his big staff, he can make a duplicate of himself. His special passive ability is that because he is Sun Wukong the Monkey King, when he dies, he simply doesn't die and gets a power-up instead. Hildren is What If a Woman Was Fucking Huge, and she's my wife. And she has a bunch of powers related to, like, shields. She doesn't have an energy bar. She uses, like, shields for all of her abilities instead. She can make a fucking energy rocket launcher. She can strip all enemy shields and, like, take those into her, like, her own shields. She can buff teammates' shields. And she can turn into a helicopter, which propels everyone off the ground. She's fucking awesome. I love her. Inaros Prime is a mummy. Every time I see pictures of people, like, eating a lot of cinnamon and spitting it out, it just makes me think of Inaros because he spits sand at people. His kit's a little simple, but his whole thing is that he's a mummy and very hard to kill. And also he's got, these golden toes on, the Prime version. God, there's, one of the devs whose streams I watch every now and then, he has, like, a loadout for Inaros Prime, and I think it's straight up it's called Toes Prime, which is kind of funny. Why are his feet like that? Because he's supposed to look like a weird desiccated, bony, skinny mummy thing. He can make, like, a sandstorm. He can make cool armor around himself. He can do stuff like that. This is Valkyr. This is for all you cat girls out there. Valkyr has kitty claws, and she can pounce on people, and she has a fucking ripcord that she can use to yank people towards her. And her whole thing is that she's just very mad all the time, so she screams very loud, and then just rips people apart with her claws. I've not actually played her very much, but I think thematically she's cool. This is Equinox. Equinox is the only frame brave enough to ask, what if one woman was two women? And she is the ultimate solidarity between butch and femme lesbian, because she's both. And she has, like, different powers based on, like, what form you're in, which is cool. And, like, one form has a lot of stuff based around, like, you know, improving your defenses, and weakening and slowing enemies, and then another one, like, her other form is all about, like, you know, making you deal more damage to enemies, and making them take more damage and things like that. It's cool. You can sort of, like, flip-flop between them and do lots of cool stuff. Whoops, I was going back to this. There we go. What else we got? Nyx. Nyx's whole thing is that she has psychic powers, and she can use them to confuse and brain control, enemies. And also, she has one power where she just, like, makes a fucking ball around her that prevents her from taking damage, which I guess is also psychic stuff, in a way. She's another sort of fairly basic kit, frame. I think she's alright. A lot of people, like, say, oh, she's bad, her kit's not very good. I think it's okay. And I think you can make it work. It's just kind of a matter of, like, well, she's got some stuff that's pretty okay in basically any situation, so, like, how do you want to build around that sort of thing? Already showed off Atlas. Banshee, Woman of Screaming, Woman of Sound. You can use the power of Sonics to, locate weak points on enemies, and also, like, make yourself, like, silenced, and so it's harder for enemies to detect you, stuff like that. And also, you can make, like, a fucking sound quake, which is just an eruption of noise, what hurts people. This is Baruch. He is a cool monk dude, with a bunch of, you know, powers related to, like, He has this sort of cycle where it's, like, things shift between, like, non-violence and violence, where, like, a lot of his abilities are about, like, making himself, you know, survive better, and then, like, making enemies unable to attack quite as much. And then eventually, once he has, like, done enough of his mechanics, his quote-unquote restraint meter, is completely, like, completely, like, evaporated, and then he can just take out his fucking fists, and punch everything to death, and it's awesome. This is Grendel. He's big. He's got a mouth on his stomach, and all of his abilities are about eating people and getting buffs because of that, and then spitting them out. And then also turning into a meatball. Grendel is kind of wacky, but in like a cool way. I want to give him more of a try sometime. He's very much sort of like no, quite literally. I know you're saying Kirby is like a joke, Duke, but like in development, like the devs kept jokingly referring to him as the Kirby frame, which is really good. This is Hydroid. He is a pirate. He is a man of the seas, and he has a lot of powers related to like swimming through stuff and dragging people down below the deep, and summoning the Kraken, which is neat. Is his grandmother here too? I don't remember enough about the actual legend of like Beowulf and Grendel to know what her name was, but probably not. Rather than like the frames being like all references to like one specific like bit of like folklore or mythology. I do like that the frames are like pulling from like the entire world's historical mythology, which is neat. Because they are really supposed to be like a manifestation of like, oh, this is sort of like the best of humanity that will keep the galaxy safe, sort of thing. This is Korra. This is another Catwoman for you Catwomen out there. Except this is less she is the cat and more she has cats. She's cool. She also has the powers of like whips and chains, which is okay. When I say it like that, it sounds a certain way, but I mean, hey, if that's your thing, that's your thing. She can like group people up together and encase them in like solid metal, and then she can also just like blast you with like a massive fucking chain whip, which is cool. I like Korra. Also, she's very pretty. I showed off Necros already. This is Nidus. All of the Warframes are meat robots, and Nidus is the only one brave to go, what if there was more meat instead of robot? And so you have all these powers based off like the infestation. And I've like basically not played him at all. I guess actually literally haven't played him at all, given how his power is 0 here. But all I know is that like a lot of his abilities like have like really, really good synergy with each other. And so like you can keep like stacking them up with each other in like different ways. Nidus is a frame that I don't know a lot about, but I know a lot of people love him because you can do cool stuff with him. Also, there is a Prime version of him that's out now, but I don't have all the parts for him yet. This is Revenant. Revenant, remember that one big ghost dude we saw on the Plains of Eidolon when we were fishing at the start? Revenant is like if a Warframe was a ghost like that. And so he's got a lot of cool powers like that. He can, like blast people to turn them on over to your side. He can turn into like a spinning laser beam. He can like dash through folks. He's got a neat kit. Also, some of his like cosmetics are Castlevania references, which is funny to me. This is Rhino. Rhino is all about being a huge dude. And his whole thing is that, he charges into folks because he's huge. He makes himself very, very invulnerable because he's huge. He roars to, like, inspire his teammates and buff himself and all of them because he's huge. And also, because he's huge, he can stomp the ground, and it just kind of stuns people. Rhino and Hildren are both two flavors of what if huge, and they're both very fun. This one isn't leveled up, but I leveled up the regular Rhino ages ago and then sold him off to have more space for more Warframes. I already showed off Valkyrie, but this is her Prime version. This is Vauban. Vauban is extremely goofy looking. He looks kind of like a dad in a tactical barbecue suit. I don't know how else to describe his look, but I do like how he is just kind of some guy, and a lot of his powers are like, he's sort of like the engineer-ish class, or one of them, because there's another as well. He can, like, put down these little, like, roller drones that go around and, like, stun and hurt stuff. You can put down different mines that do different things.
Oh fuck, oh shit, you're making me want to play another live service game cause of cool dudes in it. You can't do this to me, Holly.
Listen, if it's worth anything to you, Warframe is basically the one live service game I've really stuck with, because its monetization doesn't make me feel fucking disgusted, and also I feel like it just kind of respects my time as a human being. If that's worth anything to you. But also, thanks for the tip, I appreciate it. You can put down a bunch of mines. You can call down a fucking orbital bombardment. And you can also put up like a big thing that ranges from, here's a big area where people are stunned, to I collapse it into a vortex and now you're all just kind of clumped together. It's cool. Vauban's got a lot of like defensive, like area control abilities, and he's very, very, very good at that. And like a little while ago, he got like a rework. He used to be in kind of like a weird state previously, but like he's a lot more fun nowadays, which I like.
Excellent.
I didn't mean to select him.
Please return covered in blood. Safe and sound.
I'm sorry, Order Snowblood today. I'm wrapping up. There's some other frames that I don't have yet that I didn't really show off. This is Caliban. He is a hybrid between a Warframe and a Sentient. Sentients are like one of the main sort of enemy factions in this game. If you want to know more about them, don't worry about it. You can either play yourself or look into it yourself. But he's got a lot of powers related to that. He can shoot a bunch of cool beams. He can summon a bunch of little guys to help him out. He's neat. I like the sort of, I like what's going on in his kit, even if it sounds like it needs a little bit of a buff. This is Garuda. Seek the blood, crave the blood. Do you hear the blood calling to you? It's enough to make a woman sick. She's got huge fucking claws that she can shoot out like projectiles. And if you don't have a melee weapon equipped when you like have her, you can just use her claws as a melee weapon. She's got a lot of powers related to blood, which is neat. Is Caliban grindable, or is he just buy only? No, he's grindable. Every single frame is grindable, except for some of the prime frames, because the prime ones are like on in like a cycle where some of them are in the game sometimes, then they're out of the game. So you have to like trade with players for the parts. But like if like a Warframe, like either a base Warframe or like prime ones that are in the cycle, you can always just like make them and get them for free. Like you don't have to buy any one of them. But you know, for some of them, if it's like a prime part that you're having trouble getting, you can always just like buy that from another player for the premium currency sort of thing. So it's very rarely that like something is like, oh, just locked off, you can't get this without buying, and like even if there is some stuff that's not like easily accessible or accessible right now, it will be back in like some way at some point at some form for you to get for free, which I do really like. The only one exclusive thing that was only for money that you could only ever have gotten for money in the past that will never come back is Excalibur Prime, who was like a thank you for supporting the game when we first made it reward sort of thing. And also he's like extremely outclassed by the other version of Excalibur that you can get for free just by doing one of the story quests. But you know, he's cool to have for bragging rights. He looks cool. He's got a cool skin. This is Gauss. Gauss is kind of like a Pepsi Man. His whole thing is that he runs extremely fast and slams into things really fast, and has like internal batteries that let him run around really fast. And canonically, Gauss and Grendel are best friends, which is fucking awesome. If you like Pepsi Man, if you like Initial D, if you like drifting around super fast on the highway while you're listening to Eurobeat, Gauss is the frame for that. Harrow is a priest. His whole thing is that he channels the power of the void, and also is like a kind of like a inquisitor sort of deal. Has a lot of powers that are about like making you and your team live better. He's the sort of support where it's like if you want to support your team, you have to do a lot of the work and like do a lot of the killing and stuff. But like when it works, it really, really works. Harrow's cool. Harrow's got a lot of strong stuff in his kit. Showed off Inaros. Ivara is a like huntress woman, sneaky, stealthy. Her big ability, she can summon a bow, and has like a lot of like weird stuff based on like controlling projectiles, going invisible, stuff like that. I haven't played her yet because making her base form is kind of a hassle, but
Robot friends smile.
Yeah, like in Necromancer with a 20-month resub. All the frames are like some sort of type of meat robot, which is very cool. If you want to learn more about what and why they are, you could play the game, or wait until I get my shit together and do like a proper Warframe like lore explanation stream, because I do want to do that eventually. There's cool stuff in this game like that. But yeah, I like finally got her Prime built. Like I think it's like literally in the oven, ready to collect right now. But I haven't played her yet. She seems neat though. Lavos is an alchemist. His whole thing is that instead of having energy, all of his moves are on a cooldown instead. And all of his moves can be elementally infused to add different elemental damage to them. He's got these little coiling snakes on his arms that he can whip at people. Also, yeah, check out these fucking boots. The heels on them is fucking awesome. He's got, like, different abilities based around, like, rushing forward and shooting out different, like, alchemical vials and, putting out, like, a little thing that, like, catalyzes people into having more power for himself and stuff like that. Turning water into gold and blood into power-ups, things like that. Lavos is cool. Lavos also has a unique shotgun, where, you can use it on other people, you don't have to use it on him, but, it's, like, made to, like, kind of look like him, and its power is that it shoots out a fucking homing glaive that just puts ridiculous status effects on people. Lavos has a really touchable chest. That's a very funny way of putting that, but now that you put it that way, you kind of have a point, is the thing. You kind of are onto something. Noticed a lot of these frames have heels regardless of gender and it rules. Yeah, I feel like some of the frames are, like, a little bit sort of, like, sexy and cheesecakey, but, like, it's not necessarily, like, just the women that are like that, and, like, also a lot of the ones that are the most like that are some of the earliest ones in the game, and so, like, there's a lot of really interesting, like body variety in the different frames, which fucking is awesome. Like, you've got something like Lavos, who's, like, this bulky dude in heels. You've got, like, Chroma or Atlas, who are fucking shredded. You've got, Inaris Prime, whose toes are out, if you're into that. There's Nasia, who's very much a twink. That's awesome. You've got Hildren, who's huge, and that's awesome. Stuff like that. Lots of very, very cool, like, character design in this game. Like, that's something very, very, like, strong in this game, is the art direction. I've always, like, super been into that about this game. I showed off Limbo, I showed off Mag, I showed off Mesa, I showed off Mirage Nova. Protea is the other sort of engineer-y Warframe other than Vauban. She can make, like, little turrets come out. She can shoot out, like, grenades that, like, give health or shields or something like that. She can make, like, a dispenser that just gives you, like, health and ammo and, like, Warframe energy and stuff like that. She's very cool. And also, she just inexplicably has time travel powers, which is, sure, it's awesome. I don't really get sort of the relevance thematically to her kit, but it's awesome. Hello, Raven Bonifoy. We have finished the fishing for the day. I'm just showing off some of the frames in this game, because I reckon there's a bunch of people watching the stream that aren't super familiar with Warframe, so I thought it'd be fun to, talk about what the different frames could do. Yeah, it's probably time powers for, like, plot reasons based on her quest, but also it is just kind of funny. Yeah, I guess you could just say, oh yeah, she's got a time travel machine, sure, that works for me. This is Sevagoth, for everyone out there who loves edgy dudes. This one is specifically for you, and I don't just say that because of the way he looks, or because of his description about, oh, he's returned to harvest souls, but, all of his kit is about, like, draining power from enemies to sustain yourself, and then also you can summon a giant fucking phantom to, like, attack shit for you. Like, you see these, like, little things draped over his body here? Those are the claws of the phantom that he can summon. And I have seen so many of my gay friends look and learn about this dude and be like, oh shit, this guy owns, I love him, and I'm just like, hell yeah. I'm glad that they're feeling the same way I felt when Hildren came out. This is Titania. She's a fairy. Her power is that she can make herself very small and very fast. And, she has a bunch of abilities that make her, like, very tricksy and sort of, like, debilitate and frustrate enemies while also, like, buffing herself and her teammates. And also, her power is just she becomes super small and super fast and pulls out giant fucking guns. Which are, to scale, also tiny, but, they're big and they're strong and it's great. I really want to try her out. I haven't tried her yet, but she seems really, really cool. And she is named after the Queen of the Summer Court. That's true. I showed off Trinity. I showed off Volt. This is Wisp. Wisp is cool. She is a support frame with, like, a lot of, like, really interesting powers. When I say sort of like, like I think stuff like Trinity is just kind of outclassed, by, like, other frames with more interesting kits. The main thing I'm talking about here is Wisp. She has, like, she can make these little, like, sprites that you can pick up that, like, stick on you for a while and give you, like, massive buffs. Like, you get a shit ton of health, and you just get, like, an electric field around you that stuns enemies, things like that. She can just put those down and your teammates can get them, and they last for a long while and they're very strong. She can, like, you know, make, like, a duplicate of herself that distracts enemies and then can teleport to it. She can, like, send out, little, like, wispy things that sort of, like, distract enemies, and make them explode. Thank you, Spoony Plays, for the raid. We are just about to wrap up, but I do appreciate the raid all the same. I hope you had yourself a wonderful stream today. And also, this is one of those cases where, like, sometimes frames in this game have things in their kit where it's like, I don't quite thematically understand why it's there. I guess you could argue, you know, because it's about, because she has powers of, you know, like, breaches and gateways into, like, other places. Anyways, her ultimate ability, she opens up a portal to the fucking sun and just shoots out a beam of fucking plasma from the sun, and it's fucking awesome. I don't know how actually strong it is, or how well it scales up into, like, some of the harder endgame stuff, but, like, you just shoot out a giant fucking beam from the sun and it rules. So on that basis alone, fuck yeah. Also, she has no feet and her ass is out. This is Zaku. Zaku is canonically non-binary, and also they are a composite of, like, a bunch of other ruined Warframes that were, like, found and hobbled together. And so a lot of their powers are based on, the fact that they're basically, like the skeletons of a bunch of other dead people in the void that were made into something new. And also, like, so they get weird void powers and also weird undead powers. You can, like, buff yourself with like, void energy, and, you can, like, turn enemies into, like, allies and also stun some of them and steal their weapons to have, like, a bunch of ghost guns just orbiting around you. And also you can blow up your armor and become a skeleton, and when you're a skeleton, you're very hard to hit and people get scared of you, which is kind of awesome. Was wondering if there were any that weren't explicitly gendered. I mean, yeah, there's at least one, but also, like, at the end of the day, it's, you know, it's nice to, like, have something that is, like, actually, like, blatantly sort of representing, like, you know, someone like you, or people you know, and that's nice and all. But at the end of the day, the pronouns of a Warframe don't really matter terribly much, and so, you know, sometimes I'll just be like, oh, I don't know, I'll be looking at Rhino and I'm like, oh, Rhino's fucking great, I wish Rhino was a woman, and then I'll just be like, why can't? Why can't? Why can't? It's a meat robot. This is the future. We don't need that gender anymore. It's fine. And this is Yoreli. She's like a pop idol magical girl vigilante, who can summon a fish skateboard. And, also has water powers. She can, like, make orbiting, razor blades of water around her. She can trap people in bubbles. She can pull people into a big, like, puddle and then just kind of splash them around, which I make it sound very ineffective when I say it that way, but it's less a puddle and more of just, like, here's a giant sphere of water that's crushing 30 dudes and then just splashes them away. And also she can summon, like, a fish that literally acts like the hoverboards, but also gives her, like, massive damage resistance and, like, 3,000 extra health. She seems neat. And also her, like, unique animation set, which you can't just see on, like, the previews like this, but her unique animation set makes her do, like, hearts with her hands, which is very cute. Designs in this game are very not Western AAA game. You like that a lot? Yeah, a lot of the inspirations of this game are, like, a lot of, like stuff like Mobius and, like, weird sci-fi concept art rather than just being like, oh yeah, grungy space marines in like, you know, armor and stuff like that. Like, they could have done that, and like the game sure would have still been fun to play, but like it would have been a lot more boring to like look at. And they just kind of went hog fucking wild in terms of like all of their stuff being like weird, like techno organics, and drawing a lot of inspirations from like, you know, looks and mythologies from like all around the world, and it's kind of awesome. Fictional characters can be any gender you want them to be because you think it's awesome to identify with any character you want. Yeah, also, like, you know, at the end of the day, it's not real, and you're more than welcome to have, like, headcanons about shit. Like, I see people do that, like, all the time for The Legend of Zelda. I see a lot of people who would be like, oh yeah, I think Link is a trans man, because that makes sense and resonates with me. And I see a lot of people go, well, I think Link is non-binary, because, like, it makes sense and it resonates with me. And then I see a lot of people go, well, I think Link is a trans woman, because it makes sense and resonates with me. And I'm just like, you know, fuck yeah. All of that's great. That's awesome. I love that we can just do that. I love that, like, that's just the thing you can do with fiction, is, like, analyze it and recontextualize it in a way, that, you know, feels more whole to you. It's cool. I think I showed off all of the frames? I think I did. Have I shown Zephyr yet? I did. I showed off, because I have, Zephyr Prime over here. I showed her off a little earlier. It wasn't so much in alphabetical order, because I forgot I could have just done it by name instead. But yeah. That's all the frames in the game so far. They add new frames generally every, like, couple of months. There's not really, like, a set schedule for it, which I think is generally for the better, considering all the stuff they have to contend with this game, because it's a big fucking game, and you have to maintain it as much as you have to make new things for it. And so, there's a lot of different frames, with a lot of different playstyles that you can do. Like, you know, Ember is all about just blowing shit up all around you. Atlas is about making yourself hard to kill so that you become better at rushing in and punching everything. Baruch is about, you know, making all of your enemies less effective at, like, hurting you and your party, and then once they've, like, made you mad enough at the fact that they're trying to hurt you, then you whip out your beam fists and you punch beams at them. Excalibur is all about, like, making a sword come out, and it seems very simple and straightforward, but it's very effective at what it does. Excalibur Umbra has a passive ability where when you summon your wizard, he will continue to fight alongside you, so that's good for if you want to fuck with wizard mode a little bit more than just utility stuff. Stuff like Hildren and Grendel are both, like team support options in, like, very different ways. Hildren will, like, provide huge shields and remove, like, defenses from enemies. Grendel also removes defenses from enemies by eating them, and then by eating them, he can also provide big buffs to your teammates. You've got stuff like, Gara and Equinox, where you can kind of build them to both be, like, really tanky and have a lot of damage while also providing a lot of, like, utility and defense to the team. Korra has a lot of control, like map control, and also is good for generating more loot, because this is a looter shooter, and that's, you know, important to some degree. Necros is also good at doing that. You know, there's a lot of different, like, things, like, that fit into different subsets, like, Loki is a stealth frame, you know, Mesa is a DPS frame, Nidus is a tank frame, Oberon is a healer support frame, and, like, you can pretty fairly box off a lot of frames into, like, different categories like that, but, like, even in those categories, there's, like, a lot of, like, different diversity, like, of what you can do. Like, Banshee is a stealth frame in the sense that she is able to make all of your weapons silenced and make it harder for people to see you and your teammates, and then also provides the ability to, like, add additional weak spots that make you deal more damage to enemies. You've got, Loki, who is a stealth frame in that he can make himself permanently invisible, and also has abilities to, like, disarm all enemies, and, teleport around and things like that. Octavia is a stealth frame in that one of her abilities is you can dance to the music, and it makes you fucking invincible. Or invisible, rather. Ivara is where's Ivara? Ivara is a stealth frame in that she can make anyone standing in a certain spot invisible. and then can use that to, like, you know, mess with, like, enemy projectiles and shoot scary bows at people, stuff like that. And so, like, even in, like, oh, well, there's, like, this is just, like, you know, this is a support class or whatever, or this is a, like, nuking class. Like, there's a ton of different, like, build and play variety that you can fuck with. And also, like, just because of, like, the mod system, you can, and, like, all the different weapons, you can, like, find cool synergies for different things, and, like, find ways to put them together, and, like, find interesting ways for different mechanics to, intersect. And also, you can get a fucking gunblade. This is the Redeemer Prime. It is a double-barreled shotgun with 2 swords strapped to it. And you can just shoot and also slice people, and that's awesome. I had the hiccups. Hang on a sec. Yeah. As Warframe. Game is very cool. I like it a lot. I will probably stream it, like, every now and then, because I think it would be fun to, like, you know, get sort of a community game nights together sort of thing for it, to get folks, into the game, partied up to do stuff together. That's also why I want to set up the clan for it, just because I think it would be fun to have a place for folks to hang out for it. Hi, Zwihawk! Warframe is fucking great. I spent my entire, not the entire stream, but the majority of the stream today just, like, fishing in it, and, you know, talking to people, and that was a ton of fun. Game is cool. And I think it would be fun to share that with folks. Do I have my own glyph? I do not. I don't know how that's a thing you can do. I know you have to, like, sign up for some sort of, like, creator program or something like that, but that's not something I've looked into, just because this is, like, the first time I've ever streamed Warframe and done, like, content for Warframe, I suppose. So, like, you know, maybe in the future you can put in a code so that you can set your avatar to, like, something related to me, but not today. Friend was once sponsored by Digital Extremes, and the entire stream all he did was fish. That's great! Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's awesome. And I'm not saying it will, because I wouldn't know how you would go about that, and I'd be too shy to ask for it, but if it ever comes to it where DE somehow, like, sponsors a stream of Warframe for me to do, if I could do it and get away with it, I straight up probably would just do, like, fishing and wildlife conservation. But yeah, that's Warframe. I hope you all enjoyed yonder fishing stream. I hope, if you're someone who's new to the game or doesn't know a lot about it, I hope you, you know, enjoyed seeing a bit of it, enjoyed the sort of conversations, what we had about it. If you're old to the game, you know, I hope you liked, what I showed off, and hey, maybe it'll get you interested in playing it again if it's been a while. Yeah, that's about it, I suppose. Thank you all again very much, for the money for replacing my mouse. I do very much appreciate that. I wasn't sure exactly how much to put for it. I just know that, like, decent mice can get kind of pricey sometimes, but, I don't know. If it ends up being, like, less than $100, I'll probably just find some other way to funnel that money directly into the stream. Even though, like, you know, people support the stream because they want to support me specifically, but, like, when I put up a goal for, like, a specific thing for the stream, I feel like the expectation should be that, like, I spend that money on something stream-related, I suppose. I'm probably just thinking about this way too much, and I doubt anyone who's watching the stream really cares, but just, you know, I suppose that's what I'm going to try and do with it if I can help it. As a creator for Warframe, you've literally spent entire streams just painting the critters in the game, or the tower from Cetus? Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome. There are quite a few people that are in, like, the creator programs, like, for this game, where, like, they don't even necessarily, like, just, like, stream and, like, do stuff about, like, gameplay for this game. They, like, will, like, do art, or, like, music, or, like, writing related to it and stuff like that, and that's cool. I like that, that, like, Warframe and DE, like, has these systems to support, like, you know, fan creators, not just, like, making streams and videos of their games, but, like, doing stuff like that too. That's, like, I think I talked about this on, like, another stream or like was talking about it to friends, I don't remember. But like for instance, another way that I really like that they support like community stuff is they have a system called the Tenogen system, which is if you know anything about like TF2 cosmetics and that sort of thing, it's kind of along that line. People can submit like their own sort of cosmetics. Maybe this doesn't show super well because I've got all these weapons and bullshit on my back. Let me try like a chest thing instead. Like people can submit their own like ideas for like cosmetics for this game. Like this one I've got right here showing. This is something that like a fan of the game made. And there are official systems where they can like, you know, submit it, and then people from DE will look at it and go like, oh, okay, this is pretty good, or hey, there's like some things you can or should change about this in some sort of way, and provide like, you know, interesting, useful feedback. And then like if it gets like enough like votes from the community and stuff like that, it gets added to the game, and instead of buying it for like platinum, which is the premium currency, you buy it for like actual Steam dollars, because that money goes to the people that made these cosmetics. I think like some of the cut goes to DE just because, you know, it's their game, they're hosting it and stuff like that, but like a good chunk of the money goes to the actual artist that made this cosmetic. Kind of like what Valve does for like TF2 hats and maps and the like, which is really cool. You'll love to see that stuff. Which is why it's like handled like directly through like Steam and Steam Money, so that like they can get actual money for their work instead of just like, oh, thanks for like submitting your work to our game. What if we gave you 300 in-game credits? Haha. Which is like, that's always like a fucking pet peeve of mine when like people will do like work for a thing they care about a lot, and the people that make it will go, hey, thanks for like the free work. We're just gonna like do whatever with it, and you'll get like maybe a shout out on Twitter, and that's kind of it. Like no. I do appreciate when systems are in place to, like, you know, actually support the creators with, like, reasonable compensation for their time and efforts. That's the good shit. And, like, Digital Extremes seems, like, very good in that regard in a lot of ways, so, like, you truly love to see it. I think that's about everything what I wanted to say. You played this game for 5 minutes back in 2018. Can you delete whatever progress you did to start over? I don't think so. You can always, like, start a new account, but also, like, if you want to replay quests or whatever that you've already done, you can just replay those. You just started and it rolled you a new save? Like you started... Oh, you started in 2019. They also did a thing that was like they recently I don't know how recently because time is not real to me. I have such major time blindness. Like a while ago, they updated the sort of like new player tutorial intro quest sort of thing, and I think there was just like straight up an option for anyone to replay that so they could see how it was changed, which is neat. Also, yeah, most of the like quests and story stuff in the game you can just straight up replay. Which I want to figure out how to do, because I want to eventually just, like, do a fucking binger through all the story quests and stream that.
Tenogen also gets used in official game artwork occasionally. The Cape Cyandana is used in multiple pieces of
Yeah!
art.
Yeah! I've seen that! Like, in, like, multiple, like, actual renders they released, to, like, show off their game and stuff. Like, you just straight up see, like, Tenogen cosmetics, and that fucking rules! That's great! That's the good stuff! You love to see it! Also, thank you, Zwihawk, for that 5-month resub. I appreciate it. But yeah, Warframe, it cool, it fucking cool, I like it a lot. I don't expect that I'll be, like, streaming a lot of it, like, I'm not about to become a full-time Warframe streamer, because you know me, I like variety. I like doing a lot of things, because I think it's important to have as many different experiences in your life as possible. This is my boat, by the way. This is my railjack, it's up there. But I think it'd be fun to stream it every now and then, and, you know, have viewers along for the ride to hang out and do stuff. Would be cool. So yeah, look forward to that, eventually. Only non-replayable in the main story is Vor's Prize and one in the Prelude. Right, yeah, there's like a couple that, like, you can't replay, and the current, like, most recent one, the New War, you also can't replay it, but, they said they're gonna make it replayable eventually, it's just not right now. Oh yeah, there's a dude named Vor, VOR, and his whole thing is that, he's an old dude, and he's the worst guy, and my friend Erard loves him, like, is obsessed with him in a joke way, and it's very funny. And also, he talks a lot, and, he'll show up in the Void sometimes, and it'll be like, oh, yes! On the forefront, just posted part of what he says in there. He just goes on this massive, like, 5-hour-long rant at you, and then you kill him in the middle of it. And he straight up just, like, tells you, like, at one point, it's just like, look, you see how they've killed me, and yet I'm still fucking talking to you. I'm invincible, it's awesome! And he's just kind of there. And Erarg has, like, almost that entire thing memorized by heart, and every day I'm terrified of his power. Oh, also you get a fish tank. This is where my fish are. Thank you, Zeffy's house, for the 20-month resub.
20. Yay. I'm growing bigger and stronger and my teeth are sharper. Thanks.
Yippee! But yeah, Oh, I'm sorry, Pyra. I have the bit alert set to 250 just so they're kind of like on par with tips. So the alert didn't happen for that, but I don't think I can like manually trigger a test alert with like specific text, but I'll just read it out for you then because I appreciate you giving me the money.
Look at them. They come to this place when they know they are not pure.
Oh, never mind. There we go.
Look at them. They come to this place when they know they are not pure. Tenno use the keys, but they are mere trespassers. Only I, Vor, know the true power of the void. I was cut in half, destroyed, but through its Janus key, the void.
It's pronounced Janus key.
It brought me. Look at them. They come to this place when they know they are not pure. Tenno use the keys, but they are mere trespassers. Only I, Vor, know the true power of the void. I was cut in half, destroyed, but through its Janus key, the void called to me.
But yeah, Vor is great. He lives in the void, and he has the power of the anus key, and his whole shtick is that he rambles for like 10 minutes at a time, just being like, look, brothers and sisters, see how these cowards refuse to debate me. They slice me in half, they attack me with hammers, and yet I continue. It's great. But yeah, if I've got, like, any friends what are watching that are ever, like, interested in picking up the game and trying it out for themselves, let me know, because I am always happy to talk about this game, and, like, if I got any stream viewers who ever have, like, questions about the game or whatever, and, like, you know, you see me around, like, please don't, like, try and add me as a friend or DM me just if you have, like, a Warframe FAQ question, but, like, you know, if you see me in, like, the Discord or, like, on a stream or something and you got a Warframe question, you know, feel free to ask. I like talking about this game. It's a cool game. There's Vayhek who gets memed on. Oh god, yeah. Vayhek's whole thing is that he's, like, a face in a giant robot suit, and everything he says is just him screaming because he's the hammiest man alive, and it's great. Your friend drew Vayhek's face on a turkey once. Good. Good. I think it's time to exit game and leave to fight another day. Gonna go see if there's any fan art to show off.
Graphic.
Thank you, Fruit Salad Kung Fu, for the 250 bits and the graphic. Appreciate that. I will get a bit of music up. How's about this? Sure, let's go with this. And I will get the Discord view up. Any second now. There we go. We got this one here from Ben. He says, turns out the sickness I woke up with after the Peeves stream was COVID. Oh, Jesus, oh no. But I'm better now after a week of resting, and I'm back to my bullshit doodles. You'll love to hear it. Glad you're feeling better. This is adorable. Thank you very much. This is real cute. I have always wanted a Women Want Me Fish Fear Me hat. Or even this variant. That would be fun too. I literally got one for a friend once and then was too much of an idiot to remember to get it for myself. That's a little bit mean to myself. I just didn't, for whatever reason, think to get one for myself. Which I regret every day. Here's one from Ruby Bloom, who says, you mentioned playing Hypnospace Outlaw again this week, which reminded me how I drew this back before you hit Act 2, anticipating you not getting your news from the dumpster. Really, I should have known better. Uh-oh! Haha! Oops! Over 3,000 hours in Warframe, and you guarantee it's a good chunk just play and dress up? Yeah, I've got, like, what, 800-something hours in it right now, and a lot of that is just me messing with cosmetics. Thank you very much, Ruby Bloom. This is very cute. I like the sort of, like, the very angular, simple style here. It kind of reminds me of, what's that one rhythm game with the rabbit? Vib Ribbon, I think? Reminds me of that. Very, very cute. Got this another one here from Ben, who says, Holly is an underwater creature inspired by Luca the movie, and also the game Disney Princess, my fairy tale adventure. Hell yeah. This is a very cute idea for what if BB was a fish. Very, very cute. I love the colors on this. Very pretty purples. Also, this is a dope fucking trident. I am into this. This is awesome. Thank you very much. Got this one here from Zoe the Thembo, who says, Holly is a funny space wizard, and also her giant meat robot. Hey, hell yeah. I like the idea of going to a fast food restaurant, in, like, your giant, your giant meat mech, and then just, like, a tiny wizard just comes out and is like,
Excuse me! They asked for no pickles!
This is awesome. Thank you very much. Very, very cute. This one here from Tokum. He's hungry. You gotta feed your Ghastly. It's important. You gotta. Even a Ghastly Pokemon card needs a little snack every now and then. This is adorable. This is very cute. Big fan of the tiny, tiny little coffee cup. I don't know how it's going to pick it up, and I don't care. I'm just excited to see it. Thank you very much. This is wonderful. Holly would have such a cool stand. I have spent a long time thinking about what my stand would be. And I've... Going off of, like, the thematic musical names that, like, stands nowadays seem to have, I think my stand would be called When Summer Comes. And it would have, like, ice powers. And then it would have a second form called Requiem, because When Summer Comes is my favorite Oscar Peterson song, and he did a redux of that song called Requiem, and I think the power of Requiem would be to have fire and ice or something like that. I haven't spent a lot of time thinking about what it would do, just thinking about what it would be called. And I think it would be fun to have ice powers. This one here from Unofficially Jam.
Oh, I remember the one thing I heard about Warframe was the social media manager for it had a hardcore JoJo phase and wanted to name like a spaceship or something the SSDO.
Oh, yeah, Reb got, like, way into JoJo's for a while, and, I think she straight up did, like, a Dio cosplay, which was kind of wild. Hell yeah, good for her. Reb seems like a real cool person. Thank you for the tip, I appreciate it. It was so funny when I was hosting GDQ, and I was just thinking to myself, man, between the new bros emote and the fucking punch command on the bot, people that weren't there watching with us are probably going to be very confused. Why is there another bro? Oh, no, don't you worry, none about that. It's okay. This is Bro's bro. That's all you need to know. It was made as a goof by my friend Bugs, Faceful of Bugs, during the Super Mario Galaxy Luigi race, and they were just like, "Oh, I made this bro as a joke," and I was just like, "This is awesome. Can I please make this a follower emote?" And they were just like, "Please." That will be it for fan art on the Discord. Check to see if there's any that was posted on Tumblr. Or not Tumblr, what's it called? Twitter. I forget names of things all the time. Hang on a sec, I've got 2 to show off. One is technically not related to the stream, but it is related to something I did on a friend's stream, so I wanted to show it off, because it's dope. Give me just a moment. We got this one here, from Lizzie Central. Fan art from one of the times I was on my good friend Ryan Chongo Show's streams. If you don't check out his streams, he does fairly regularly something called CPU Kerfuffle, which is, if you want the elevator sales pitch, CPU Kerfuffle is, what if we took Smash Ultimate and had nothing but level 9 CPUs fighting each other, and also we gave all of them, like, wrestling plot lines that got, like, super anime. And it's a ton of fun. I was almost on the one he did this past Monday, but, like, I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule, and so I was fucking exhausted that day, so I couldn't join for that. But yeah, there was one stream where he decided, hey, do you want to play Carly Rae Jepsen? And I was just like, I don't know anything about Carly Rae Jepsen. And he was just like, that's even better. And now there's like, people can't decide if the in-universe lore for this is that I was filling in as a replacement for Carly Rae Jepsen that day, or if I've always been moonlighting as Carly Rae Jepsen in this universe, and I think both are very funny. And you'll get no answers from me. So thank you very much, Lizzie Central. This fucking rules. And we have this one from my friend Sign, my good friend Sign. It's very important. Thank you very much. Send me the fucking... Like, I don't know if you're watching that right now, but if you are, send me, like, the actual GIF for that on, Discord so I can add that to my fucking OBS overlay. Well, that'll be about it for stream today. Thank you again very much for your generosity today. You know, the subs and the bits. Do appreciate that very much. For the tips. Especially because this is my first time where I've had to, like, put, like, a fucking, like, actual goal for something that I need to do my... Excuse me, I had a hiccup. Like, to do my job. And, you know, I was expecting that might take a couple days to meet, but, thank you all very much for smashing the goal today, I suppose. Which I'm still kind of surprised by. So I'm gonna find a new mouse to order. And hopefully that'll come in soon. So that I can, you know, stream games that require me to use my mouse. Most of the stuff I want to stream doesn't really require a lot of holding down buttons, at least, like, stuff I want to immediately stream. Like, there's no, like, iron sights in Doom, I can just click the button to shoot. And a lot of other stuff I just play on a controller. But, you know, this'll allow me to be able to play certain other games again, which is nice. Thanks for hanging around for some Warframe today. Again, game I like a whole lot. It's one I'm hoping to maybe sort of cycle into the random play stream rotation a little more often. Think it would be fun for like a playing with viewers type of stream for any of y'all out there that play the game. And hey, if any of y'all are interested in like checking out the game, if you're new to it, I am thinking of setting up a clan. By thinking of, I mean I am gonna do it. I just have to actually get off my ass and do it. So you know, you would have a place to hit people up to play together, or you know, ask questions, stuff like that. I think that'll be fun. I haven't finalized my schedule for streams this week just because things are a little busy on my end, to the point where like I had to like call off some other stuff I was hoping to do that I'm still kind of sad about, but you know, c'est la vie. That's how life goes sometimes. So I don't know the exact dates and times for when I'm going to be doing things this week. I want to say I'll stream tomorrow, but also there's supposed to be a massive snowstorm in my area. I suppose this is fitting music for talk about a snowstorm. So I'm probably going to be spending a decent amount of my day shoveling. And also that might, like, God forbid, might somehow inexplicably fuck with my internet connection. It's done that before, so I wouldn't be surprised. So if I do stream tomorrow, it'll either be like something late at night or just something short and sweet. Probably some more Cloud Gardens. And I don't have exact dates yet. I'll probably try and get that solidified and finalized soon, but I'd like to do more Hypnospace this week. I'd like to do more Moonglow Bay this week. I'd like to do more Doom 3 this week. And maybe some other stuff, and we'll see where that goes. So that's, I suppose, your unofficial sneak peek. Hope you're looking forward to it, because I know I am. Let's go raid Balp. Balp. Who is playing some Monster Hunter right now. If you're sticking around for the raid, I hope you have a wonderful time over at Balp's stream. Make sure you show him the same kindness and respect you showed me today, because if you don't, I'll know, and I'll fucking get your ass. But yeah, thank you all very much for tuning in. Make sure you're taking care of yourself, taking care of the folks around you. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. And I hope to see you again soon.